Hello and welcome to this episode of Dread Captures, the ultimate destination for those who seek the thrill of witnessing the unexplained. Trail cameras, security cameras, and other recording devices can capture it all when no one is around. So whether you're a seasoned cryptozoologist, a veteran hunter, or just a curious viewer, buckle up and get ready for an adventure like no other. Let's get into the captures. A great action clip here taken in Arizona. Rabbits, while often seen as more prone to fleeing than fighting due to their prey status, are known to show impressive bravery and determination when their young are in danger. This courage can take various forms, like growling, lunging, or even mounting attacks. Considering snakes as potential predators for young rabbits, it's reasonable that the mother rabbit would try to chase the snake away from her nest, taking the risk of being within its strike range. Even though this particular snake is non-venomous and the mother rabbit appears to be struck multiple times, there's no real threat of fatal harm. She will indeed sustain some injuries, but after successfully driving away the threat from her young, she can retreat to her nest to nurse her wounds. We've seen plenty of instances of this in the animal kingdom, mothers protecting their young, not something you want to get in between, regardless of the species. This next clip, that I'm sure by now you have all heard of, is insane. I need to know what everyone thinks of it, seriously. A whistleblower and former intelligence and military official claims that a secret government program has uncovered non-human spacecraft. The whistleblower, David, has turned the evidence over to the Inspector General of the US. However, lawmakers say they are not aware of any secret UFO recovery program. Representative Dean Phillips suggests that if aliens or spacecraft are being held in a government warehouse, the matter deserves to be investigated by Congress. Now the exciting part. The clip then transitions to a 911 call from a Nevada family who claim they saw creatures in their backyard after a flash of light in the sky. The incident happened on a Thursday night, and most people initially suspected it was a prank, but the subsequent footage from a police officer's body camera shows a flash of light in the sky, lending some credibility to the family's story. And a second officer is dispatched to the family's home, where he interviews them about what they saw. You can even hear the officer say something to the effect of, "I'm not going to BS you guys, I'm interested in what's going on here. My partner saw something fall from the sky as well." According to the family, the creatures were large and they appeared shortly after something fell from the sky. The police then proceeded to the backyard, but the footage is blacked out as it is considered private property. That's a little sketchy. Despite the serious approach, the investigation did not turn up any concrete answers, and whatever or whoever was in the yard was gone within minutes. It's worth noting that the American Meteor Society confirmed several people across Eastern California, Nevada, and even Utah reported seeing the same flash in the sky that the Nevada family reported. This is crazy. I want more information on this. I mean, the guy seems credible talking to the police, and even in the 911 call. There are bits and pieces of the video that are missing, and one part I don't like is when the cop leaves. I'll let you listen to that part now.
9-foot beings come back, don't call us, all right? Deal with it yourself. I ain't dealing with that.
Almost makes it feel like it was a joke or something. I don't know. Maybe it is. It is odd timing right after the whistleblower came out, but please let me know your thoughts in the comments. A security camera under the cloak of night captures a really freaky scene in an otherwise peaceful garden. There's this mysterious woman creeping about in the shadows. Now, the strange part is the place seems to be in the middle of nowhere, because you can't see lights from any other houses in the vicinity. I mean, the whole scene, remote cabin nestled in a dense forest, just adds a whole layer of creepiness to the entire situation. And the obvious question? If the homeowners don't know, then who is this woman? Some speculators have thought she might be a ghost, perhaps weighed down by a tragic accident that happened on that property. Forever stuck in despair. Others profess she is doomed to aimlessly wander, forever haunting the garden and the house. It's certainly eerie enough to make anyone's mind jump to spectral conclusions. Her movements are also super creepy. She's too calm. Each step she takes is measured, intentional. I think it's definitely worth noting how comfortable she is there, potentially meaning she's been there before. And of course, maybe, just maybe, it's some lady pulling a prank, trying to give her neighbors a good scare, or the entire thing's a hoax. Who knows? Anyhow, I can assure you this is not something I want to catch on my camera. Let me know your thoughts on this. Underneath the blushing Virginia sun, Emmett Jenkins, a seasoned outdoorsman and renowned local naturalist, stared at his trail camera, his heart thumping in his chest. The camera, positioned strategically to oversee a small creek bed, had captured something truly extraordinary. 2 photos that defied logical explanation. In the first photo, standing against the backdrop of lush wilderness, was a colossal hair-covered creature, carrying a small, seemingly infant version of itself. Oddly, its face bore no resemblance to the terrifying monstrosities projected by Hollywood as Sasquatches. Rather, it was closer to that of an ape, imbued with a profound and enigmatic intelligence. The second photo, taken only a month later, revealed another similar figure, likewise carrying a young one. It was their eyes, however, that stood out to Emmett. They reflected a wisdom and calmness that was profoundly unnerving. As Emmett studied these photos, a shiver ran up his spine. The images confirmed what he'd long believed but was hesitant to admit: Bigfoot was real. Yet these creatures weren't the monsters of lore, they were more akin to the great apes. Creatures of remarkable intelligence and compassion. And they looked like apes. A chilling silence hung heavy in the air as Emmett's mind raced. These photos could revolutionize our understanding of the world. Or yet they could be dismissed as yet another trick, a forest mirage. He decided he must investigate further, for he couldn't dismiss the sense of humanity he saw in the eyes of these creatures. Stepping out of his cabin, he trudged towards the creek bed, his heartbeat matching the rhythm of the rustling leaves beneath his feet. The woodland, once a sanctuary of tranquility, was now shrouded in an eerie sense of mystery. Every rustling leaf, every snapped twig seemed to hide a secret, fueling Emmett's anticipation. Reaching the creek bed, he found footprints, massive compared to a human, their depth suggesting the immense weight of these creatures. He couldn't shake off the feeling of being watched, the heavy silence amplifying his sensation of an unseen presence. Suddenly, a low grumble echoed through the trees. An unfamiliar sound, filled with a primitive resonance that sent shivers down his spine. Instinctively, he moved away from the direction of the sound, eyes scanning the green abyss for any sign of life. As he walked further into the forest, a small figure emerged from the thick foliage. Emmett froze, his breath hitching. The creature was the same one from the photo, an infant with its large, innocent eyes gazing at him. He felt a mix of awe and fear, his heart pounding like a wild drum inside his chest. An earth-shattering roar sounded behind him. Whirling around, he was met with the sight of the larger creature, its protective gaze locked onto Emmett, a mother defending her offspring. His camera had captured not monsters, but a family, creatures of the forest living their lives away from prying human eyes. Emmett backed away slowly, eyes never leaving the creature. Once at a safe distance, he turned and took off. Once back to his cabin, the photo seemed even more extraordinary. He really realized the implications of his discovery and the potential danger it posed to the Bigfoot family. The next day, he returned to the creek, this time to remove his trail camera. As he left, he cast one last glance at the forest that held his secret. He would keep the photos safe, revealing them to no one to ensure the safety of the creatures. After all, some mysteries, he mused, are meant to remain as they are, respected, revered, but never fully revealed. Ten years ago, in 2013, a fervent nature enthusiast by the name of Roger Williams made an astounding find. Roger was trekking through the mountainous region of southwest Virginia in broad daylight. He was able to snap a photo of a strange creature, presumed to be the legendary Sasquatch. This towering being, estimated to be over 8 feet tall, was covered in a mass of tangled brown fur, While the photograph only revealed the creature's back, it unmistakably depicted a humanoid shape, characterized by stretched out arms, wide shoulders, and a head that also appeared to be covered in fur. Once again lending itself to the burning question, hanging in the air, is this definitive proof of Bigfoot? Or as many have speculated, a misidentified roving bear? What do you guys think of this video clip? I mean, I don't think that's a bear. I just don't know. This made the local news and stirred up the small town quite a bit. I just don't know. I'll try to dig around a little bit and see if Roger ever did a follow-up. In another unbelievable happening from around the world, a dramatic rescue mission titled Operation Esperanza, 4 children, all siblings, were found alive after surviving for 40 days alone in the Colombian jungle. The ordeal began on May 1st when a plane carrying 7 people, including the children and their mother, cited engine failure and disappeared from radar. The wreckage was later found with 3 adult bodies, but the children, aged between 13 and 11 months, were missing. A massive search and rescue operation was launched, which included Colombian military and indigenous community leaders. They searched tirelessly by day and night, on the ground and from the air, through the dense, dangerous rainforest that's full of underbrush, bugs, and predators. Their efforts were even more determined when small signs of life were discovered, including a diaper, a bottle, and footprints. Tragically, Wilson, a search dog who was part of the rescue crew, went missing during the operation and remains lost. The rescue team utilized a recording of the children's grandmother broadcasted from a helicopter to comfort and instruct the children. On June 9th, after 40 grueling days, the siblings were found. Scared, quiet, and shivering, they were airlifted from the jungle. A moment of joy met with relief, hugs, and tears of disbelief from their family back home. The children's grandmother, mourning the loss of her daughter, expressed her longing to hug her 4 grandchildren. Upon their arrival on the tarmac, they were greeted by their father and the brave team who led the rescue operation. The operation's leaders lauded the children as the bravest ones, emblematic of the enduring power of survival and hope. Just an insane testament to the incredible resilience of these children and the dedication of the searchers and rescuers that would ultimately bring them to safety. What an incredible story. When I first heard this, I thought the father was with the children. And not that it would have been easy by any means, but I was blown away to hear that it was just the 4 children. The eldest was 13 years old. Man, it really is a testament to the ability of the mind and body to take over and keep you alive. And these kids really dig deep. I can't imagine the 13-year-old trying to take care of those young children. Anyhow, this is just an amazing story, and I'm sure most of you guys have seen it, but I just wanted to share it, a nice feel-good story. While piloting their drone through a winter forest, a man claims to have accidentally captured exceptional footage of the elusive Bigfoot. As you can see in the drone video, Bigfoot is unsettlingly presented in a relaxed stride. He looks pretty comfortable in his element. Funny enough, this actually sparked speculation regarding its true demeanor. It had people wondering if Bigfoot was just a misunderstood creature. Nevertheless, despite his seemingly easygoing presence in the footage, caution should still be exercised for sure. I love that we have technology that's able to document and possibly decipher such creatures. I know many are apprehensive about their existence, but even you guys have to admit this is amazing footage. The one thing that this video does make me wonder is how the Bigfoot doesn't notice the drone is overhead. I wonder if the blades of this drone are just super quiet, or maybe the drone was far away and the footage is zoomed in on. Nevertheless, this shows all the genuine characteristics of a Bigfoot, even though they still continue to be shrouded in mystery. Let me know what you guys think of this. A few years back, a team of laborers found themselves faced with a perplexing assignment. A stubborn obstruction in a drainage pipe nestled at the factory's rear had been wreaking havoc, causing countless complications. It was this troublesome situation that prompted them to head to the site. smartphone cameras in hand, ready to document the source of their woes. With each step they took towards the dreaded pipe, the tension built up like a suspenseful symphony reaching its climax. Their intention was simple: record the problematic blockage to understand the issue better. However, the reality that unfolded before them was far from what they'd anticipated. As they honed their focus onto the pipe, something startling happened. An ethereal, white figure, as ghostly as moonlight, unexpectedly emerged from within the pipe. It was a sight that sent a jolt of shock through each worker. They were all frozen in their tracks. The image of this strange creature, peeking out, hiding, returning, peering out from the depths, left them freaked out. They didn't know what to make of it. They were glad they caught it on camera, and that stubborn obstruction that they were there to film, it quickly felt like less of a problem. Anyhow, what do you guys say? What do you think of this? A hunter from Idaho captured this incredible footage while hunting mule deer. He actually took the footage with his cell phone through his spotting scope while he was spotting deer from the top of a mountain. Okay, so the deer closest to us is the one we're honed in on, and just under the deer, 20-30 feet, on the screen is the bobcat that is stealthily creeping up behind this deer. I'll let you watch from here.
Oh my god. Holy shit. Holy shit. Christ.
Okay, so a few things. It's crazy how close the cat gets. I can't believe how quietly he snuck up behind the deer. I mean, everyone watching this knows how skittish deer can be. He gets inches away and you can tell that the deer never saw him coming. Another thing to mention is, how did none of the herd have any idea that that cat was in the area? I mean, obviously they didn't smell him. Maybe he was just bedded down in there perfectly. I don't know. Quite the brawl ensued as the deer is fighting for its life. Look at the ground they had covered as they wrestle and tumble through the woods. It's unbelievable. Here's another look at the video with better clarity. It's zoomed in a bit. After you watch it, let me know in the comments what you think. I mean, this is some of the coolest footage I've ever seen. This next clip offers an exceptional and informative peek into the nocturnal behaviors of crocodiles in their natural surroundings. As you can see, after hunting, they're consuming their prey in the water. The footage highlights the astounding strength and savagery of these prehistoric reptiles. Recognized as one of the planet's most formidable creatures, this video is a strong affirmation of the crocodile's predatory prowess. I mean, this clip delivers a remarkable viewing experience, but also underlines the significance of treating wildlife with respect in their natural habitats. Over the years, footage of crocodiles in their natural environments has intrigued and bewitched viewers globally. This video adds a distinctive viewpoint, illuminating the habits and routines of crocodiles amidst the night's gloom in the forest. Man, this video stands as a profound reminder of the awe-evoking power of the natural world. And yes, still, in my opinion, crocodiles and alligators are the scariest creatures on the planet. So check this out. Two bobcats have spotted each other from afar and they start calling out like crazy. As they gradually draw near each other, their gazes remain firmly locked, accompanied by a continuous rumbling growl. They adopt these peculiar stances, with their tails swiftly flickering back and forth. The larger of the two, commonly referred to as the great cat, happens to be the female, while we see the male sporting a distinctive reddish coat. It's pretty cool that someone caught this interaction on their trail camera, as we all know bobcats tend to stay out of sight. And to boot, this footage was actually taken on Valentine's Day. When it comes to physical displays, bobcats may exhibit various behaviors, such as posturing, tail twitching, and other forms of body language that indicate their readiness to mate. Male bobcats have been known to greatly increase the amount of territory they cover when looking for a potential mate, hoping to come across a female in her own territory. Great camera footage, and I say for now we'll leave these two lovebirds be. A healthcare professional and outdoor enthusiast from Canada has caught on camera an event she described only as two witches performing a flesh-eating ceremony. She caught all of this on a trail camera she installed near her house. "I can't make heads or tails of what's going on," said Karina Stanhope, 36, from Powell River, British Columbia. "It scared the living daylights out of us. It's not an everyday sight." Upon finding a dead deer in her garden on her land, Stanhope said she thought it was odd, but also presented a cool opportunity to see what might come feed on it. She rigged the camera up and waited. There was a bobcat that visited, which was cool, but what came next blew her mind and her grandfather's mind. When she called him over to review the footage, they thought their eyes were playing tricks on them. Not one, but two naked women feasting on the dead deer carcass just as it turned dark. Yes, you heard that correctly. They were eating the dead deer. Stanhope reported that the individuals arrived roughly 10 minutes following sundown to consume parts of the deer carcass. She told the media that the apparent flesh eaters appeared disheveled, and it almost looked like they were donning wigs. Quote, "It's not quite clear from the images, but the hoof was brought directly to her mouth," she said. "I'm unsure if she was kissing it or sniffing or consuming it, but the idea of touching a decaying carcass like that nauseates me. The bacterial load must have been immense." Her grandfather thinks that the individuals were definitely eating the carcass, but I think he was more hung up that they were naked, saying perhaps they were paying tribute, but they were unclothed. Stanhope acknowledged that she felt disturbed because the event happened just a short 2-minute stroll from her house and that she was afraid about the well-being of her horses. "I was worried about them interfering with my horses at night. The horses have always seemed quite edgy and uneasy around that area. At first I thought they were just imagining things, so I disregarded it. Maybe now I'm inclined to believe them." The nurse is hopeful that the incident was merely a practical joke or that the participants were on some potent substances. She opted not to notify the police after her grandfather noted that nothing explicitly illegal had really taken place. The internet buzzed when Stanhope uploaded the photos, with some viewers suggesting it was a joke, while others speculated about satanic or other supernatural involvement. "That's essentially a strolling devil from hell," one user wrote. "If you hear shrieking, stay indoors and grab a firearm, and make sure you leave it be." More than a few proposed that the figures were skinwalkers or wendigos, both of which are harmful entities linked with Native American legends. I'll tell you what, no matter who or what they are, this footage, and the story in general, are pretty crazy. What are you guys doing if these two show up on your trail cameras? Let me know. Capable of stretching up to an astounding 30 feet in length, the dimensions of anacondas are extraordinary. A striking example of their magnitude was caught on a trail camera, showcasing the immense power of these creatures. In the recorded scene, an anaconda tries to scale a tree, but of course the tree can't handle the weight of this massive serpent. I mean, this thing looks like something out of a movie. You can't help but be amazed by it. On average, adult female anacondas typically reach lengths of around 15 to 20 feet and can weigh between 200 and 300 pounds. However, exceptionally large individuals have been recorded, with some reports claiming weights of up to 550 pounds, or 250 kilos. Snakes that big also have the potential to reach lengths of over 25 feet. Male anacondas are generally smaller than females, averaging around 9 to 12 feet in length and weighing around 100 to 150 pounds. I don't care which gender it is. I'm not interested in running into either one of these in the wild. Just extraordinary creatures. A field researcher embarked on an intriguing experiment to understand how bears interact with technology. His aim was to find ways to deter bears from human-populated areas, thus minimizing unnecessary contact between humans and these large mammals. To achieve this, he decided to use a roadkill deer carcass as bait, to which he would run electricity, hoping to deter any approaching bear. To carry out this experiment, he suspended the deer carcass from a makeshift contraption and attached a battery-powered fence energizer to it. Soon, a bear approached the carcass with caution. After taking a few tentative nibbles, the bear was shocked by the electricity and ran away. However, as night fell, the bear returned, now more hesitant than before. Once again, it approached the carcass, got shocked, and ran off. You might think that this repeated shock treatment would deter the bear permanently, but that's far from what happened. Bears, as it turns out, are incredibly persistent creatures. Even after getting shocked twice, the bear made a third attempt. On high alert, it couldn't ignore the sight and smell of the dead deer hanging before its eyes. What happened next was a testament to the bear's intelligence and strength. The bear managed to disconnect the electricity with its paws, tearing down the entire contraption. The wooden stand that held the carcass was ripped apart, showcasing the immense power of the bear. Unsurprisingly, the bear made off with the deer, reinforcing the notion that bears are extraordinarily persistent beings. So picture this, two buddies are just cruising down this lonely stretch of highway when they spot this man just lying there by the road. No shirt on, just jeans, definitely sketchy. They pull over, not sure what they're about to walk into. They're not even sure the guy's alive. They yell out to him but get no answer. By the time they walk up, he's stood up. He's a bit wobbly. The guys are filming and talking to him, and let me tell you, something's clearly not right with him. He's mumbling some stuff incoherently. Then, out of nowhere, the guy moans and starts dragging himself up the embankment. You ever see one of those zombie movies? Or heard about someone partying a little too hard, totally out of it? That's what this guy's acting like. Completely out of this world. It really freaked the guys out. The man crawling doesn't even seem to care or notice the branches scratching his bare skin as he crawls up. Just keeps going, eyes blank. It's like a scene from a nightmare, honestly. The buddies, they've seen enough. They bolt back to their truck, peel out of there like bats out of hell. And as they're driving away, they can't shake the image of that guy. They keep asking themselves if that was someone just high on drugs, or maybe was he something far scarier. Each journey deeper into the wilderness lends the possibility of a peculiar sight. And our latest venture has thrown up a truly baffling figure. I covered a very similar topic briefly in the last video. A brown, hairy creature emerges from the river, holding a smaller creature in its grasp. At first glance, it's a sight that we only recognize as the legendary Bigfoot. And as we all know, any mention of his name instantly sparks a debate. One of the most notable incidents that this image echoes was caught on film in the 1960s by Roger Patterson and Robert Gimlin near Bluff Creek, California. The footage, often referred to as the Patterson-Gimlin film, supposedly shows a Bigfoot moving across a clearing, and to this day it's considered one of the most compelling pieces of evidence supporting the existence of Bigfoot. Now, in regards to our image, the interpretations vary wildly. Some say it could be a burly fisherman, kitted out with a wide array of fishing gear and waders, but the sight of the smaller creature in its arms has stirred up another theory. Could this be an elusive Bigfoot, perhaps even carrying a baby Bigfoot? I mean, the figure in our picture does have a distinctly non-human appearance, so we can't rule out the possibility of it being something quite out of the ordinary. But the way it moves does look more human, I have to admit that. As always, it's up to you to draw your own conclusions, but please let me know what you think. Is it an angler with an impressive haul, or a glimpse of the elusive Bigfoot in a tender familial moment? The bobcat and coyote, both indigenous carnivores of North America, share similar habitats, which leads to sporadic clashes between these two species. These conflicts often stem from resource competition, particularly over food. In this video clip, we observe a bobcat trying to dissuade a coyote from reaching its meal. The bobcat aims to commandeer the coyote's food, a frequent strategy among this species. However, the unusual part is that this behavior has been going on for over a week. The bobcat has been persistently tormenting the coyote, obstructing it from getting its food. As the footage shows, the coyote isn't intimidated. He holds firm and isn't going to give this up, at least not easily. The bobcat, sensing the coyote isn't going to ever fully leave his prey and retreat, seemingly decides that the juice isn't worth the squeeze in this situation and heads off in the other direction. Such interactions are typical in forests where animals are required to compete for scarce resources. That's not really the phenomenal part. It's the fact that these two have been dueling for over a week. I wonder if that means that the prey in the area is scarce, that this kill is such a prize that it garners the attention of two predators, or if the bobcat's just being opportunistic. Anyhow, observing these events is captivating as they offer an insight into the intricate dynamics of the natural world. Really, really cool. This next clip is a heartwarming, intense documentation of a mother elephant's love and sacrifice for her calf. In an attempt to keep her baby, who was trapped in a pit, alive, the mother elephant trapped herself in the same pit. Without any concern for her own safety, she chose to kneel in the pit to breastfeed her calf, a position she maintained for 3 days and 2 nights. The sight moved the rescuers to tears, who attempted to coax the mother elephant out of the pit, only to realize that she was too weak to move now. She had exhausted all her energy caring for her calf, and now her life was also in danger. Rescue efforts were swiftly mobilized. The team used a large crane to lift the female elephant from the pit. However, the situation was dire. The mother was not breathing and unresponsive. As they tried to resuscitate her, the calf, witnessing its mother lying motionless, desperately tried to reach her, but was still trapped in the pit. Its heart-wrenching cries echoed around the pit, revealing the deep bond between the mother and child. The rescuers continued their efforts to save the mother elephant, while others helped the calf to escape the pit. The mother's heartbeat had stopped, but the team refused to give up. They tirelessly performed CPR on her. The scene made all the more emotional by the steady rain from the sky. Meanwhile, the calf, having been helped out of the pit, slowly approached its mother. In an absolute miracle moment that moved everyone present, the mother elephant's heartbeat returned. She snapped out of it. She stood up, much to the joy and relief of all the rescuers. The mother and calf reunion was a touching scene. After a while, the mother elephant led her calf towards the forest, pausing to seemingly express her gratitude to the rescuers before disappearing into the wilderness. Man, what an amazing video. Just an awesome message about the selflessness and greatness of maternal love. This next eerie and bizarre trail camera footage has led us to a creature that at first glance resembles a dog. Yet its unusual appearance has sparked speculation of it being a chupacabra. One such incident that fueled these theories occurred in Texas in 2007, where a rancher discovered a strange, hairless, dog-like creature feasting on her livestock. The unusual animal was promptly dubbed a chupacabra, further stirring the folklore surrounding this creature. The term chupacabra is Spanish and translates to goat sucker, which originates from the creature's reported habit of feeding on livestock, particularly goats. You can't miss its long, lean body and an extended tail, features that are commonly associated with descriptions of chupacabras. It's interesting to note that chupacabra's first sightings were reported in Puerto Rico in the mid-1990s. Since then, sightings have been reported as far north as Maine and as far south as Chile. However, many supposed chupacabra sightings often turn out to be misidentified wildlife, particularly canids afflicted with mange, a skin condition that results in hair loss and the thickening of skin. Whether the figure captured on our trail camera is a chupacabra or not, it certainly adds to the mystique and enduring appeal of these unexplained phenomena. Let me know what you guys think this could be. Some disturbing footage here has left viewers rattled. This homeowner noticed that their dog was acting unusually, so they decided to record what was going on. As they peer around the corner, two bright eyes can be seen lurking in the darkness. Whatever it is, it's clear that it has the dog on high alert. Some viewers were unnerved by the sighting, speculating it could be some kind of cryptid hiding in the darkness of the yard, while others thought it could simply be a raccoon or some other furry critter. However, that begs the question, wouldn't the dog just chase it down, instead of appearing so frightened? In my experience with dogs, if that was a raccoon, the chase and/or the fight would be on. So what do you guys think this could be? Drop me a comment, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. This next clip comes from the Rocky Mountain Sasquatch organization. They recently received an intriguing photograph of Bigfoot from central Minnesota. A lady named Alicia S., one of RMSO's contributors, sent them a snapshot of a Sasquatch in the heart of Minnesota. This photo was originally captured by a friend's daughter who was photographing deer for her father. It wasn't until 3 days later, after magnifying the image, that they noticed a figure being observed by one of the deer. The girl said their German Shepherd has been on edge since the day they took that photo. None of them really knew why, but now they think they do. RMSO got back to her, finding the whole story fascinating, and asked if Alicia resided near the spot where the picture was taken. And yes, she confirmed that she spent her entire life there. Minnesota is a hotbed for Bigfoot. Every member of her family has their own Sasquatch tale to tell. What do you guys think of this picture? Like I said, Minnesota is known for an abundance of Bigfoot sighting reports, including a few videos and pictures. And Bigfoot is infamous for monitoring game animals like deer and elk. So this isn't the first evidence of Bigfoot seen spying on these game animals. Very similar to what he's doing in this picture. Anyhow, let me know what you guys think. I'm interested. A seemingly ordinary video by a TikTok user has stirred up viewers due to a sudden peculiarity. The footage, originally intended to showcase deer grazing in a parkland, took an unforeseen turn, leading online to a flurry of speculation and debate. Watch what happens. While driving past two grazing deer, the camera inexplicably captures a third deer appearing as if out of nowhere. Close observations of the footage from its beginning show that there are only two deer present, which had everyone guessing where the abrupt appearance of the third came from. One of the main theories put forward by viewers labels this as a potential glitch in the Matrix. The idea is based on the concept that we live in a simulated reality, much like the premise of the famous science fiction film, The Matrix. According to this perspective, the unanticipated third deer could be a result of a mistake in the system's coding, causing it to materialize without a logical explanation. I don't usually err on that side of stuff, but this is definitely strange. On the other hand, skeptics attribute the appearance of the third deer to an illusion of perspective. They suggest that the deer might have walked up out of the line of sight, which made it seem as though it materialized out of thin air. This sounds more likely to me. As the debate continues, the lingering question is, was this a genuine system glitch, providing evidence for the simulation theory, or merely a misinterpreted optical illusion? When I first watched this video, I thought, how in the world is this heron going to choke down this live snake? I thought he just snatched him right out of the water. But as you watch, when he tosses the snake in the air a little bit, you can see that he's dead. That makes things a little easier, I'd imagine. Herons are skilled hunters and can consume live snakes as part of their diet. However, when a heron catches a live snake, it typically uses its sharp beak to grasp and immobilize the snake. Its beak is designed to pierce and impale its prey, allowing for easier manipulation and swallowing. Once the snake is immobilized, the heron may swallow it whole or break it into smaller pieces before ingestion. Even when dead, snakes may be able to struggle or bite while being swallowed by the heron, but the heron's throat has adaptations to protect it from injury. They have a flexible esophagus that can expand to accommodate large prey items and muscles that can move and position the prey to aid in swallowing. Nevertheless, this is an awesome video, and down the hatch he goes. This is just an incredible video right here. Taken on June 3rd of 2020 in Alta, Norway, we see video of a landslide sweeping 8 houses out to sea. I want to let you hear the ground separating, so take a listen. The landslide was 800 meters wide and is said to have whisked away a vehicle as well. A dog that was dragged out to sea managed to swim safely back to land. This is just a short clip of this event, but if you're interested, you can look it up. I've seen some good interviews. There were multiple contributing factors playing a part in this devastating destruction. To me, just a constant reminder, don't mess with nature. Deep in the heart of the Appalachian Trail, Jillian, a seasoned hiker, found herself on a solo adventure. She had experienced the whispering winds, sun-dappled valleys, and rugged mountain peaks before, but this time, her encounter would transcend natural experiences. Late one evening, she had just finished setting up her campsite when an eerie feeling washed over her. The once serene forest, alive with the chatter of woodland creatures, fell into an unsettling silence. The sudden shift in atmosphere gave her a shiver, but she brushed it off as the natural ebb and flow of wilderness. As the sun completely surrendered to the night, she began to hear a strange rustling in the distance. Her eyes strained in the dim moonlight, catching sight of a figure moving stealthily amongst the trees. It was tall, its shape vaguely human, but there was an animalistic quality to its movements that was chilling. The moonlight cast long shadows over its features, and its eyes reflected a disconcerting glowing amber. Fear coiled in her stomach as the figure started to approach her campsite. Jillian had heard the legends of skinwalkers, mystical beings capable of transforming into any animal they desired, with eyes that reflected the fire of their spirit. While she had always considered such tales as local folklore, the figure before her was making her question her skepticism. Taking a deep breath, she stepped out from her tent, holding up her flashlight. She shone the beam at the creature. It was grotesque, a bizarre mix of man and beast. Its body was humanoid, but it had the snout of a wolf and similar ears. Its fur-covered skin seemed to ripple and shift with every moment, as if unable to decide its form. The creature's glowing amber eyes never left her. Summoning all her courage, Jillian called out, "Who are you? What do you want?" The creature tilted its head, a seemingly curious gesture. Then, in a chilling voice that sounded like the rustling leaves and growling beasts, it uttered her name, Jillian. Jillian's blood turned to ice. She stepped back, nearly stumbling over her campfire. She wanted to run, but a primal part of her told her to stand her ground. She stared into the creature's eyes and yelled, "Leave now!" In response, the creature let out a growl that echoed through the forest, the sound resonating with a primal and unnatural timbre. For a moment it stood there, its strange eyes boring into her. Then it turned and walked away, vanishing, blending seamlessly into the night. Jillian was left shaking and breathless. She would later leave the trail, her adventurous spirit replaced by a deep-seated uneasiness. The encounter stayed with her, reminding her of the mysteries that lay in the untouched parts of the world. She may never know if it was a skinwalker she encountered, or perhaps even a dogman. Either way, her perspective on the wilderness and the tales it concealed was forever changed. Her encounter served as a chilling reminder that even in the world's most traversed paths, ancient mysteries can still unfold, resonating the whispered secrets of the Appalachian Mountains. In this perplexing footage, we initially observe two children, a boy and a girl, making their way along an unspecified path. The fact that this event is captured by a trail camera in the late hours of the night already instills the scene with an eerie quality. As the siblings advance, the camera captures a vague, indistinguishable creature lurking behind the dense foliage, signaling the children to approach. Curiosity piqued, or perhaps lured by the creature's beckoning, the children begin to follow it. The clip takes an even more chilling turn as the creature seems to lead them deeper into the woods, away from the beaten path, their figures disappearing into the darkness. The resulting barrage of questions heightens the unnerving nature of the footage. Who are these children? Where did they come from? And more crucially, why did they follow this creature into the forest? And I gotta be honest, the person leading the girl holding her hand doesn't look much like a person. I don't know. Despite the alarming implications, the clip ends with no clear answers. The identities of the kids, their relationships with the mysterious creature, and what transpired in the woods all remains hidden in mystery. The chilling footage serves as a haunting reminder of the potentially sinister events that can unfold unnoticed in the depths of the night. AKA, my parents were right. Nothing good does happen after midnight. A man with a trail camera and an affinity for the wild decided to introduce a lighthearted twist into his usual outdoor adventures. As an avid observer of the woodland creatures frequenting the forest near his home, he hatches a playful plan to engage these animals in an unconventional yet amusing interaction. In this unique experiment, the man strategically placed stuffed animals, bunny bears to be precise, at various locations in the woods right within the line of sight of his trail camera. These colorful, cuddly toys are not what the forest animals would normally encounter in their natural habitat, adding a bit of an element of surprise to their regular routine. As the camera starts recording, it captures the delightful reactions of the animals as they discover these unusual furry newcomers. The raccoons, being naturally curious and known for their dexterity, are the first to investigate the intriguing objects. They are actually seen lovingly interacting with the bunny bears, their actions showcasing a mix of curiosity, caution, and playfulness. Porcupines too join in this unique experience. Normally solitary creatures, they display a rare interest in the cuddly toys, exploring and sniffing around them in a surprisingly gentle manner. Even the bears, obviously known for their formidable strength and sometimes aggressive behavior, cannot resist the charm of these stuffed animals. The camera captures them approaching the toys and playfully interacting with them in their own bear-like way, providing an unusual and heartwarming sight. This unorthodox experiment ends up offering a unique and endearing insight into the behaviors of woodland animals when presented with unexpected elements in their environment. More than just capturing animal interactions, the footage underscores the surprising, softer side of wildlife that often remains hidden from human eyes. This is just a really cool video. Let me know what you guys think of it. Our next footage was shared by a TikTok user named Real Horror Talk. While the video's origin is a mystery, it has sparked quite a discussion due to its content. Initially, the video seems commonplace, featuring two guys recording a deer or maybe sheep playfully in the distance. However, it soon captures something utterly crazy on film. A sizable bipedal creature is seen chasing the animals. At a quick glance, you assume it's a human, But then you take into account its considerable size, and I don't think so. You can hear one of the men, he even suggests the creature could be a skinwalker.
Guy? What the frick? What was that?
Skinwalkers have an infamous standing in folklore, notably among the Navajo people. They are perceived to be harmful witches capable of morphing, possessing, or masquerading as some type of animal or person. Steeped in supernatural tales, these creatures are generally wicked, inflicting harm out of jealousy or revenge or to acquire power. These witches are said to transform into animals, imitate human voices, and even possess a person's body. And in many indigenous cultures, talking about skinwalkers is strictly prohibited, as it's believed to draw their attention. So could this be a rare sighting of a skinwalker in action, or is there a more logical explanation? Unfortunately, the truth remains hidden. The lack of details regarding this video makes it impossible to authenticate its legitimacy. And honestly, the poor quality of the video only adds to the uncertainty. Many skeptics have posted that the figure could just be a person in a costume or a well-executed hoax. As it currently stands, the footage provokes more questions than it provides answers. I'm pretty blown away by this next clip. Apparently, a man was driving his car down a busy road when a mother deer stopped and stood directly in front of his car. She wouldn't let him pass. He eventually gets out thinking he'd scare her away, but the mama deer wasn't scared. The driver noticed that she kept glancing behind her. It dawned on the man that she might need help, and he pulled over and literally followed behind the doe. All in all, the man jogged behind her for 10 minutes as she led him on a winding path. Eventually, she led him to her fawn that had been tangled in a soccer net near a home. The little one can't get out by itself. Of course, the man starts helping the deer. All the while, Mama Deer's motherly instincts are telling her to protect her young, and she starts running crazily around. Realizing she's stuck between a rock and a hard place, she has no choice but to just trust the man. After a few minutes, the Good Samaritan freed the baby, but that's not exactly where the story ends. A few minutes down the road, as the man is walking back to his car, blown away, lo and behold, the mother and baby stop him on the side of the road. It's like she was making her baby go thank the man for saving her. It's pretty incredible. The baby walks over and submissively lays down as to show thanks, gratitude. I mean, this is really just nuts. I hope this is real. I hope this really happened. I don't have any reason to think it didn't, but man. Well, dang. I don't think I've ever seen that. Incredible how quickly that bird was on her. I wonder if she was holding something to feed it, or if she was there to film the hawk and just happened to get dive bombed. Crazy. I guess we all now know what the prey of these birds sees at their very last moments. This intriguing footage was shared on Instagram by a user named Paranoid Normal. It shows a seemingly ordinary scene from a security camera looking over a back alley where a few young kids are seen swiping some bikes. The video starts off as a seemingly ordinary scene from a security camera looking over a back alley. As we continue, we see a few young kids are stealing these bikes. But keep an eye on one of the kids who goes back for another bike. As he does, something sketchy happens. Just watch it. You'll see a pair of shadowy legs move to the right. The figure then reappears, reaching towards the boy who turns to investigate. Creepy. The figure reemerges once before the video abruptly ends. In the comments, many folks were quick to call this a shadow person sighting. You see, there's a theory among paranormal enthusiasts suggesting that shadow people are a kind of spiritual entity that coexist in our reality. Some speculate they're wandering souls, while others propose they might be interdimensional beings or even extraterrestrials. Whatever they are, A striking number of people across the globe report seeing these shadow beings in a way that's eerily similar, particularly those who suffer from insomnia or sleep paralysis. They often recount seeing shadowy figures in their peripheral vision. So begs the question, are these shadowy figures even real? With the sheer volume of reports, the abundance of testimonials, and countless videos appearing to capture them, it's hard not to ponder their existence. Anyhow, I'd love to know what you guys think. I'm not too familiar with shadow people, but I'm interested.
About a month ago, we wasn't really certain about what existed out here or what we really had. And we started getting suspicious because we were sitting on the porch and it was completely quiet outside.
This next clip is pretty crazy. It tells the tale of an unusual visitor trying to break into a family's home, just before a big storm. A month ago, this unsuspecting family living in the backwoods had little idea about the creature lurking in their vicinity. Unusual events began to unfold as the family was enjoying a calm evening on their porch. They heard a loud knock coming from a distance of roughly 50 yards, and that obviously sent chills. And it was loud enough and weird enough that it sent chills down their spine. The father, a retired Air Force serviceman, was in the middle of his evening ritual, smoking his hookah, a habit he picked up during his service years. Almost 5 minutes after the first knock, they heard a roaring sound echoing from half a mile away. It seemed as though the creature that caused the initial disruption had swiftly moved to a different location. Despite their children making light of the situation, their curiosity was piqued when their neighbor, a highway patrolman, reported similar experiences. This newfound realization seemed to confirm their initial suspicions. As the days passed, they experienced more strange incidents, like recurring knocks moving across the property and an unidentifiable whoop echoing from the tree line. The pace of these eerie events picked up, with the family feeling as though the creature had grown bolder. The climax of this chilling sequence happened just a couple of nights ago. Amid the deafening silence of the night, they heard a tree break. The sound was so terrifying it made them forget their security shotgun on the porch and rush inside their house, visibly shaken. Dad had to muster the courage and step outside with his son to retrieve the firearm. The aftermath revealed a broken tree not more than 30 feet from the house. Intriguingly, this coincided with an incoming hurricane. And honestly, the family wondered if maybe the atmospheric changes were affecting the behavior of this creature. Further exploration led them to discover a tree structure, ingeniously engineered and not characteristic of natural fall, that seemed to provide an overlook of their home. They found handprints too, that were hard to remove due to the oily residue. They even found wood chippings and what seemed to be possible droppings of the creature. On recounting their experiences, they also remembered an incident from the previous year, where they heard fast approaching footsteps in the stillness of the night. It prompted an instinctual sprint towards the safety of their house. One intriguing finding is how these events seemed to correspond with the family's use of a hookah, a variable that changed in their daily routine. Unsettling prints were discovered on the windows, and most strangely, only on the windows through which the interiors of the house could be seen. As the mystery deepens, the family prepares for the upcoming storm, left with more questions than answers. Are these series of events caused by Bigfoot, as they suspect? Or is there another explanation? I'll let you be the judge. But let me know if you guys have heard anything like this. Bigfoot being attracted to a hookah, the oily residue of prints, the makeshift home that allowed him to peer into their house. Captured in Tampa, Florida, more specifically the Eagles golf course, a group of guys ready to tee off see these two massive 11-foot gators fighting near the pond. You can see they're twisted up and it's hard to tell who has the upper hand, but it appears the larger one is getting the better of the smaller one. Now, this isn't as uncommon as you might think, it's just pretty uncommon to catch it on film on a golf course. Gators fighting like this is usually because of one of three things. Territorial disputes. Gators are very territorial, and a larger gator may attack a smaller one that has wandered into his territory. Or two gators of similar size might be fighting over prime real estate. Next is mating rights. Male gators often fight over the right to mate with females. These fights can be quite aggressive, and it's not uncommon for the gators to inflict serious injuries on each other. And last but not least is food. If food is scarce, alligators may fight over prey or a specific hunting ground. This is less common than territorial or mating disputes, but can occur under the right conditions. After the two unlock from each other, the other gator is visibly tired and shaken. You can actually hear the man say, "This one can barely stand up." His buddy quickly chimes in saying, I wouldn't say that. He can still be on you in a few seconds." Eventually, the two gators make it back into the water. It's cool to see the crowd that is gathered to watch the battle. There seems to be a backup on the tee box, as they say. Another cool thing is that the man was able to pick up an alligator tooth. And if you look around during the video, there looks to be a few of them on the ground. Really cool souvenirs. I bet if we asked him though, I'm pretty sure he'd say having both his legs still connected to his body is a better souvenir. Anyhow, awesome footage. Do not look for your golf ball near that water. Over the years, countless sightings of an unidentified aerial object have been reported over Medellin, Colombia, sparking speculations of an extraterrestrial vehicle observing the region. A collection of these occurrences was put together by the Instagram user BD Maestro #1. The most recent sighting occurred on August 3rd of 2022 as a group of tourists spotted an unusual object hovering near the Medellin airport. As you can see from the video, the object is distinctly different from the plane that is flying just beneath it. Before this, on June 27th, a similar object was reported hovering above the city, and it was sighted again on April 9th. Here, the object seems to be moving rather than remaining stationary. The sightings continued on January 10th, and it was even reported as far back as December of 2020, where it was observed amid thick clouds. There is a long history of UFO sightings in Colombia, with hundreds of reports registered over the past several decades. Adding to the mystery and eeriness of these sightings are stories of a UFO-obsessed cult that disappeared in the late 1990s. Stella Maris was a doomsday cult established in Cartagena, Colombia in 1989 by Rodolfo Perez. The group predicted an apocalyptic event that would spell disaster for humanity. As per their charismatic leader, survival was only possible through contact with an alien race that would select a few chosen to evacuate the planet. Now, while this sounds like typical doomsday cult rhetoric, the events of June and July of 1999 make this story truly extraordinary. Local law enforcement had been closely monitoring the cult's activities due to a growing number of reports from concerned relatives, who were worried their family members were being manipulated and could be in danger. In July of 1999, increased activity was observed at the Stella Maris compound. Up to 100 members, including entire families, were seen heading into the wilderness, apparently preparing for some kind of event. Officially, they were going to their annual retreat in the Sierra Nevada mountains. However, it soon became clear they were headed towards a jungle area known for frequent UFO sightings. After that, no contact was ever made with them again. It was as if the entire group of 100 vanished without a trace. After an extensive search, no sign of the group was found. Their compound remained untouched. No one returned. All their possessions were still there. But again, the entire property eerily deserted. Despite a thorough search of the area, no evidence, bodies, or personal belongings were ever found. The disappearance of all 100 members sparked numerous theories. Some suggested a mass suicide akin to Jonestown, but no bodies were found. Others believed they might have been abducted, as the wilderness they were last seen in is known to have dangerous tribes. The idea was initially floated that they'd been abducted due to the area they were last seen in being notorious for militant activity. However, no ransom demands came through, and there was no tangible proof to support the kidnapping theory. After endless months of thorough searching with virtually no substantial leads, speculation started to shift towards the actual possibility of alien abduction. Considering their faith in their quest to find these UFOs, it was an eerily fitting assumption, and it started to gain steam. The perplexing disappearance of as many as 100 individuals without a trace is indeed baffling. The fate of the Stella Maris cult still remains shrouded in mystery to this day. Over time, a few marginal members have stepped forward, expressing their skepticism towards the existence of aliens. But this does nothing to explain the whereabouts of the people who walked into the jungle that fateful date in July of 1999. None of them have ever turned up. And if all of this isn't eerie enough, the entire 100-member count of the Stella Maris cult still appears on Colombia's list of missing persons, and the investigation is yet to find closure. Let me know what you guys think about this. This is unreal. This next eerie snapshot was shared with us by viewer Carol Botha. She tells us that this disconcerting picture has been hanging in her friend's childhood house for years. It's been there since the parents purchased the property decades ago, a part of the house's history they chose to keep. The photograph shows a horse standing rigid at full attention, but if you look closer into the background, you'll see a mysterious shadow that suggests the presence of a rider on the horse. Now, that's spine-tingling in itself, but there's more. The homeowner recounts that often swarms of flies, as many as 100, gather on the picture frame. You can even spot a fly in the top left-hand corner of this image. Now, if you delve into the paranormal realm, many experts propose that if a particular location or item attracts a swarm of flies, it might signify a curse or a demonic presence. Through the ages, flies have symbolically been linked to death and pestilence. Take, for example, the Mesopotamian deity Nergal, often associated with death. He represents suffering and catastrophe and is commonly represented as a swarm of flies. Later on, Christians began associating him with demonic entities. So it's fair to ask, what's the story with this photograph? What's the reason for the shadowy rider and the peculiar attraction of hundreds of flies to its frame? Honestly, the more you examine the image, the more disturbing it comes. Now, while I do think it's sad that these beautiful animals are locked in this small area, I'm not going to get on a soapbox here. This cool video here, taken by a park goer, catches the moment a bird somehow finds its way inside the lion enclosure. The bird is looking for a way out and flies across the enclosure, immediately catching the attention of the cats, and they're hot on his heels. The hunting instinct is so strong in these animals. Look at how she leaps off that rock and scaled the fence to grab the bird. Gosh, they're so agile. Now, picture yourself doing that. Right. Same here. Very, very impressive. Incredible footage here of a bald eagle swooping down to catch a fish. Watch. It's so impressive. It eats the fish mid-flight. Just beautiful creatures. I mean, this guy isn't messing around. As the video's about to end, it looks like he's just on to the next fish. Amazing footage here from Old Skull Outdoor, taken in Gatlinburg, Tennessee. A man and a few of his buddies were first on scene for this battle between a black bear and a feral hog. And before we talk about the details, this footage shows two of the most powerful creatures in these mountains, hands down. I mean, this bear is trying to drag this hog up the mountain, and the hog is holding his own. He even gets loose from the bear. A viewer from the area put this in perspective. He said that this just isn't some feral hog that bear is trying to tear apart. That's a Russian razorback. They were released in this area over 100 years ago for sport hunting. They haven't completely taken over like the feral hogs in the other parts of the country, but they do tend to get a lot bigger and they are definitely a lot tougher. It's just amazing footage and it's hard not to go back and forth marveling at the strength of these creatures. The bear eventually overtakes the hog and the footage is I'll let you check it out yourself. Plus, it's over 15, just a wonderful camera capture to remind us how small we are in this world. This video is pretty good. As you can see, the dogs are guarding this gas station. Taken somewhere in India, you'll quickly see why the dogs are making all this racket. Yep. Some lionesses have made their way to the gas station. The dogs are obviously no match for these lions. Now, I don't know if they're there to protect the gas station or if they're just wild dogs, but they're obviously no match for these lions. And probably the craziest part of this entire video is when those headlights pop up on the top left of our screen. I mean, can you guys imagine driving by a gas station and seeing two lions roaming the parking lot? You want to take a quick walk to 7-Eleven and you have to worry about a lion attack? The world is amazing. We're all aware that parrots have the ability to mimic human speech, with numerous amusing and endearing videos on the internet as proof. But were you aware that the other bird species can also exhibit this ability? A video posted by Real Horror Talk on TikTok showcases a raven at the beach exhibiting such a capability. Suddenly, the raven breaks into speech with a deep, eerily human voice. Take a listen.
Come on. Come on. Come on. It's a good boy.
If this were a parrot, the scenario might be perceived as comical, yet hearing these words from a large, glossy black raven imparts a rather sinister undertone, if I do say so myself. One viewer mentioned how disturbing it would be to walk through the woods late at night, only to hear such a voice.
Come on. It's a good boy.
On top of that, folklore often associates ravens with misfortune and death. But they can also symbolize foresight and revelation, lest we forget. In Swedish mythology, they are considered the spirits of those who were murdered and did not receive a Christian burial, while in German tales they represent lost souls. Whether it's the bird's symbolic significance or its particular spine-chilling voice that makes this video so unsettling, it's likely that your next encounter with a wild raven will evoke a different reaction. This is just some really cool footage of some wild boars and their piglets. They're just traipsing through this little stream. I've featured this guy on this channel before, Michael Outside. He has some awesome trail camera footage. I mean, this guy really knows where to put these trail cameras. His content is always chock full of wild animals. I think he's out in Arizona, but always has some really cool mountain lions and just has some really good stuff, so check him out. Pretty cool footage here of a heron taking on a water snake. Water snakes primarily eat fish, and it appears that that is what has gotten the snake's attention. The heron has commandeered a fish and the snake wants it. While the snake latches on, the heron gives him some good beak hammers to the head. I don't know how many of those that snake is going to be able to take, but again, he's latched on tight. The fight moves deeper into the water, and you can see that both of them are not as comfortable out here. The heron delivers a few more whacks with his beak, then drags the snake under the water. Once he surfaces, you can see some blood in the white feathers of the bird. I'm assuming that's from the heron, but it marks their separation as the heron is able to swim safely to shore. You can tell he's exhausted. The blood, if it is in fact from the heron, is likely just a flesh wound and will heal. I don't think there will be any wing damage, Overall, it's just pretty incredible footage captured. I mean, can you imagine stumbling upon this? Switching to another heron clip, watch how this guy catches this catfish. Dives under and literally stabs him with his beak, pierces him right through his body. He carries his catch through the grass, and what he does next might be more incredible than the catching of the fish. He takes this bad boy, couple of tosses, and throws him right down the gullet. Whole. I mean, that's nuts. These herons are quite the creature. This was actually a viewer submission. It starts off, "Name's Rick. I'm an amateur wildlife photographer. I've been doing this for a decade, but recently something I've never seen before popped up on my trail camera. I was out in the woods, deep in a national park, about 10 miles from my home. I had just set up camp as I was going to be there for a couple of days. I set my trail camera up on the game trail, hoping to maybe catch a fox or a bobcat I had seen in the past. This isn't my first rodeo in these woods. I've been tracking and photographing wildlife here for a good part of this decade. You name it, I've probably caught it on my camera at some point. Bobcats, foxes, deer, even the elusive mountain lion that no one else seems to catch. I know the animals and their behaviors, their patterns. I've got a favorite spot, this clearing that opens up near a game trail. It's usually bustling with activity, the perfect location for someone like me. But this time, something felt off from the get-go. Before the strange encounter, I'd noticed some oddities. For a couple of days, the animals had been acting up. I'd seen deer bolting as if scared out of their minds. Squirrels were chattering more anxiously than usual. Personally, I remember feeling a prickling sensation, like I was being watched. And normally, the sounds of the forest are music to my ears. The rustling leaves, distant bird calls, even the scampering of critters. But on this day, everything was unusually quiet. Almost like the forest itself was holding its breath. Even the normal deer trails looked undisturbed. No signs of the usual hoofprints. And that's when I noticed strange markings on the ground, like something heavy had dragged itself along. Something I couldn't place, which was unusual for me. The eerie silence combined with these bizarre traces sent chills up my spine. I wasn't alone, and whatever was out there was unfamiliar. Then, one night, something came across my camera's field of view. But it wasn't an animal. It was tall, almost 6 feet tall, and pale. It was bipedal, looked exactly like a human, but moved much, much slower. What stood out the most was its skin color, the brightest white. I didn't understand what I was looking at. Its face was gaunt, almost human-like, but had an eerie, inhuman quality. Its eyes were small and seemed to glow. It made this strange clicking noise, which my camera picked up. As I scanned through the other images, I found more of them with this ominous figure just at the periphery. The most unsettling part, the strange clicking sounds that my camera picked, a series of irregular clicks, not like any animal I know. It almost seemed like a language, and the thought of that set my hair on end. I was terrified, sure, but I was also fascinated. I'd never seen anything like this. I didn't even know what to call it. A skinwalker, maybe? I finally went to bed that night, but the very next night, it's there in full view again. It was twisted and wrong in a way I can't quite put into words. It felt like looking into the eyes of something that wasn't supposed to exist, something out of place and time. I couldn't shake the feeling of dread. The image was so clear. This was no bear or wolf. This was something else. I suppose I should have left, but after that sighting, I tried to find it again with no luck. Yet I can't shake off this feeling of being watched whenever I'm out in the woods now. It's like the encounter has left a lasting imprint. The crunching leaves, the rustling bushes, each sound plays tricks on my mind. I've found myself startled by the smallest noises, jumping at shadows. It's like I'm always expecting to see it again. And the nights, they're the hardest. Sometimes I swear I can hear those same clicking noises from the footage echoing from the woods. If I'm being really honest, I found it difficult to shake this off, this lingering sense of unease. Unfortunately, it's become a part of my everyday life, an odd aftermath of an event I never thought possible. My world's definitely been altered. Maybe it's fear, maybe it's curiosity, but I know one thing for sure. I'm hooked on finding out more. Another seemingly normal day, a man out with his family, when out of nowhere he sees this weird ape-like thing just casually sauntering down the street. It's a fleeting moment, but enough to send a chill down the guy's spine. He knows something's off and his family could be at risk. Without missing a beat, he tells them to get inside. But this dude, he's not running. Nope, he decides to follow this strange creature into the wilderness. You can see this creature's trying to lose him, darting through the underbrush, letting out these strange sounds. It's like it's heeding a warning like, alright buddy, back off. But this guy isn't listening. He keeps chasing it until, out of the blue, the creature stops. Then it starts pacing, its calls getting louder, more intense. It's like this creature's stuck in a stalemate, deciding whether to charge or bolt. As this is going down, the man finally gets a good look at this thing. It's not as small as it seemed from far away. He's looking at this towering 7-foot figure, covered head to toe in fur. It's got this ape-like vibe, but the way it moves, it's eerily human. And then it hits him, like one of those light bulb moments you see in cartoons. He's not just chasing any old creature. He's on the heels of a Bigfoot. That realization alone makes him hit the brakes. And thankfully, the creature isn't in a fighting mood. It leaves him be and our man's left standing there, probably the luckiest guy around. This is just a hysterical video. Okay, this little groundhog who has affectionately been named Chunk is just crushing the vegetables out of this man's garden for over 4 years. The Delaware man has tons and tons of videos of Chunk just doing the same thing. Picks up a vegetable, takes it in front of the camera, and eats it. The best part when he's eating them is that he just stands defiantly in front of the camera. I don't know, I just found this so funny. A few commenters were saying he was doing it on purpose, and I'm pretty sure most animals' brains don't work like that. But if you know differently, let me know. Anyhow, this is just too good. Upon first glance, this photo seems pretty ordinary. However, look on down to the bottom left corner, where an unknown creature is visible. Opinions on its identity vary. Some suggest it's just a common dog, while others propose a much more unusual creature. When I look at it, I see an ape. I just can't make out a dog, even though that of course would be the most likely explanation. I can't even decide which way the mystery creature is standing either. Is his head facing us tilted downwards, or is he looking away? The creature being out in the broad daylight is something to take note of as well. To me, that suggests the creature is comfortable in its surroundings. Let me know in the comments what you guys think. Both trail and cell phone cameras have been capturing images of a mystery creature that bears resemblance to a large black cat. It has been informally named the Black Panther of Texas, and numerous clear images of this animal have been posted online, some even showcasing additional unidentified creatures in the background. Most people believe that these sightings might simply be cases of mistaken identity, while others find certain images, such as those clearly depicting a black cat bearing panther-like features, more convincing. However, numerous experts propose that the creature could be a jaguarundi, a species indigenous to northern Mexico and Central and South America. They suggest that a rogue breeding population of jaguarundis could have migrated northwards into the United States, potentially accounting for the numerous sightings happening in Texas. Nevertheless, the question remains, is it a jaguarundi, a black panther, another cryptid, or something else entirely? Despite many attempts at explanations, the mystery persists. Let me know what you guys think of this. I think I'm leaning towards the experts' opinions of the jaguarundis. Now, let's take a journey down to the Sunshine State, Florida, focusing on the Panhandle where Panama City Beach lays its sand. As you can see here, we have a black bear. Yes, you heard it correctly, a black bear sharing the surf with the humans. I'm sure you've all by now seen this footage, because this scene, so unique, so bizarre, caught on camera, was broadcasted nationwide. I mean, it's not every day you pack up your beach towel, your sunscreen, you head to the beach, and you end up sharing the water with a little black bear. Bystanders said the bear wasn't threatening at all. It was literally like he was just enjoying a dip in the water, having his own beach day. I don't know, these people seem pretty close to this bear, even if it is a smaller bear, I don't know. Like we've said before, I guess I don't have to be the fastest, I just have to be faster than the slowest. But what worries me more is, where's Mama Bear? It's not often she lets her cubs out of her sight. And how did this bear manage to get here, into the Gulf of Mexico, undetected, unnoticed? But then again, when you think about it, there are populations of black bears in Florida. They roam large parts of the state. So maybe it's not so shocking after all. Nevertheless, it's a sight, a memory for those who saw it and a story to tell. Alright, let's talk about this crazy, super interesting clip. You've got a family just out there enjoying the woods. Maybe they're on a camping trip, the typical stuff. You see the dad, he's probably showing his boys how to fish. Just an average, wholesome family day. But then things take a turn. Dad looks off camera with a puzzled face, eyes locked on something in the bushes. Mom's probably working the camera and she catches Dad's look and her instincts kick in. She swings the camera around to follow his gaze. And there it is. Something, or maybe someone, is lurking out there in those bushes. At first you can't make out anything. Shaky camera, bad quality and all. But once you slow it down and stabilize it, you can see why Dad's so freaked out. There's definitely something out there. It's not a dog, a wolf, a bear. This thing, it's walking like a human. And it's all dark, like it's covered in fur or something. And if you look closer, it's kind of hunched over. And like many people are saying, it's kind of like a Bigfoot. What do we think? Did this family just have a run-in with Bigfoot? And if so, why was it there, watching them? A few months ago, there was an unparalleled sense of excitement when a trail camera in Maine captured an image of a wild creature. This sensation truly provokes the curiosity of observers, and they started firing away with their guesses. A photo taken recently by the renowned camera trapper Ali Ladd from Byron was presented to the public. Ladd is known for his captivating videos and stills from his preferred spots in western Maine. This particular image managed to stand out as peculiar, even slightly unsettling due to the creature's proximity to the camera and unusual angle of the shot. As people hit social media with their guesses, the speculation was varied. The guesses ranged from bear, moose, porcupine, to even a tree. Inevitably, the cryptid fanbase threw out creatures like Bigfoot or the chupacabra. Now, interestingly, around a third of the viewers actually pinpointed the image. They actually got it right. This is actually the rear end of a north-facing moose. When asked about his subject, Ladd shared, quote, "tail on a cow moose." He explained he noticed what looked like eyes, then after zooming in noticed the nose, mouth, a tooth, and a beard. It's actually a moose rubbing the area to get rid of the ticks or rubbing the old winter fur off. A side note, he estimated that the moose weighed around 600 to 700 pounds. A Lori Turner, who instantly recognized the animal, swiftly posted a similar photo on a social media platform, showcasing the same view of a moose, albeit from a slightly farther distance. The most creative response regarding the identity of the mysterious creature was provided by a lady from Philadelphia, who cleverly coined it as a mangy moose caboose. Straight out of the Washington Peninsula, as recent as 2021 or 2022, what we're seeing in this footage is an ape-like figure making its way through the woods. And I don't need to tell you guys that it's walking a lot like a human. Now, I know we've covered a lot of Bigfoot videos today, but before you dismiss it, the person who caught this footage on camera adds more to the story. They've spotted this creature more than once. And get this, they claim they've heard it talk. They couldn't quite make out any words, but they're sure they heard something. Determined to get more evidence, they go back to the same spot and stumble upon these huge footprints. And I mean, they're gigantic, just like you'd expect from Bigfoot. They're not just large, they're deep too, hinting at a heavy creature. The search didn't stop there. When the snow fell, they headed back and found more footprints. These were discovered 10 miles from the Canadian border, showing just how committed this individual was to tracking down Bigfoot. All these findings might suggest that Bigfoot isn't just sticking to one place, it's on the move. Unless, of course, there's more than one of these creatures lurking around the Washington area. So, solid evidence or not so much? As for me, first of all, I definitely think there are more than one in the Washington area. And I'm willing to dig deep into the footage. This is good footage here. This is just meant to be another trail cam snapshot, you know, catching foxes or some other little prowlers. But man, it turned out to be something else. Just look closely at the footage. Aside from the fox we got right up front, you see those two pairs of eyes popping in and out? They're just there, and then they're gone. Just there, gone. All creepy. Did you guys see what I'm talking about? Maybe it's just another hunter eyeing a fox, or, I don't know, some kind of night beast ducking out of the camera's sight. What's your take on this? Let me know. We bring to your attention a peculiar capture from upstate New York. It's an image of a deer. But upon closer inspection, you'll realize there's something distinctly unusual about this particular deer. It bears a resemblance to a cartoon character, primarily due to its forward-facing eyes. This feature has puzzled individuals in both the scientific and paranormal communities. To understand the peculiarity, find a picture of an average deer and compare it with this one side by side. Notice the difference? A segment of the paranormal community believes they have deciphered this mystery. According to them, this deer is no ordinary deer, but a skinwalker, a human witch attempting to transform into an animal form. The anomalies we notice are attributed to imperfections in the transformation process. While this theory might sound plausible, it is quite a far-fetched explanation. However, in the absence of any other rational explanation, we are at a loss. What do you think? Let me know in the comments. This captivating footage was captured by a woman who, hearing a knock at her door, went to investigate. Anticipating a human visitor, she was startled to find herself face to face with an unusual deer. One that was eerily calm and oddly persistent in its fixation on her. This unexpected encounter with an animal that did not follow the usual instinctual fight or flight response was deeply unsettling. She set its gaze, unflinching and penetrating, seemed to bore into her very being. Overcome with fear, the woman quickly shut the door and locked it. She understood that this deer seemed to have an odd determination to cross the threshold into her home. The unusual behavior of the deer sparked a chilling speculation. Could it have been a possessed entity? Or worse, A skinwalker in disguise? In some legends, skinwalkers are understood to be shapeshifters capable of transforming into animals. The only clue to identify a skinwalker, as per these stories, is an abnormality in the creature's behavior very much like the behavior the deer was exhibiting. Additionally, skinwalkers are often associated with attempting to draw people in by producing strange noises or initiating contact, behavior that seems oddly reminiscent of the deer's persistent knocking. What do you guys think of these crazy events? Are we allowing our imaginations to run wild and jumping to conclusions? Or is there a genuine cause for concern regarding these potential skinwalkers transforming into familiar animals? You might have seen the video I did a few months ago about Casper. Casper is the Great Pyrenees livestock dog that survived an attack from 11 coyotes, killing 8 of them that were trying to attack his sheep. This incident took place in a Georgia neighborhood and shows the loyalty these brave dogs possess. Besides being large, brave and powerful dogs, the Great Pyrenees is ingrained with independence. They can make decisions on their own, a crucial characteristic when it comes to protecting livestock, especially in situations where human intervention might not be immediately possible. These dogs are very territorial and fearless when it comes to defending their charges, whether against predators or perceived threats. This next clip gives us a brief look into one of these dogs putting this on display. A pack of wolves have come to prey on his sheep, but watch how he stands his ground. Directly in their faces, not backing down. The wolves can probably take this dog, but they can tell by the stoic look on his face that they are going to be in for a battle. This intriguing footage presents us with a puzzling sight, 2 images of what appear to be unusual creatures. Both images have been captured from the same location, but the similarities between the 2 entities are debatable, as is their identification. At first glance, one might guess we're looking at a bear, or possibly an ape. However, upon closer inspection, the answer isn't quite so simple. Although the creature's face is reminiscent of a bear's, its body proportions don't align with those of any known bear species. Instead, the creature's build is oddly similar to that of an ape, adding another layer of intrigue. Despite these ape-like proportions, this creature appears to be walking with an upright, almost human gait. This combination of features might lead some to wonder, could this be evidence of the elusive Bigfoot? Yet, our current understanding of Bigfoot suggests a more human-like facial structure, not bear-like. So, could we be looking at another legendary cryptid such as the Dogman or Wolfman? Given some of the more canine characteristics, it's not out of the question. But as always, with such evidence we're left with more questions than answers. Is this a Dogman, Wolfman, or perhaps an entirely new cryptid? Or might these images be elaborate hoaxes? In the second clip, we see another capture of what may be the same creature. Though captured independently, this image hails from the same location as the first. Could we be looking at a previously unidentified type of cryptid? The increasing frequency of these captures might suggest that these creatures are increasing, or perhaps human intrusion into their territory is becoming more common. What are your thoughts on this compelling yet confusing evidence? Is it an entirely new cryptid, a known creature captured in unusual circumstances, or perhaps a cunning work of creativity? I'm eager to hear what you all think. This next encounter came from a viewer named Rick. I'm going to read what he wrote in his email. The name's Rick. I'm a quiet small town guy who loves hunting. My story, however, is far from the usual deer or rabbit hunt. I come from a long line of hunters. It's something that's been in my family for generations. My dad taught me to hunt when I was just a kid, showing me how to respect the woods, to move silently, and to understand the signs that animals leave behind. I spent most of my life roaming the woods around our small town, So I've seen my fair share of wildlife. Deer, boar, you name it. I'd tell you I know every nook and cranny, every critter in that forest. It's like a second home to me, always familiar, always predictable. Well, it used to be predictable until the day of my encounter. In all those years of tracking and hunting, I'd never seen or even heard of anything like it. You'd think a man with my experience wouldn't be easily shaken, but this encounter, it was unlike anything I'd ever faced before. I was out in the usual hunting grounds, an expansive woodland about a mile off my cabin. It was a day like any other, quiet and uneventful until it wasn't. As I started my day, I'd rise with the dawn, fix myself a hearty breakfast, and venture into the wilderness, taking comfort in the familiar call of the forest. I'd carefully navigate my way through, all the while keeping an eye out for tracks, broken twigs, and any other signs of game. It was the peak of deer season, and I was looking forward to a successful hunt. Armed with my rifle and my trusty hunting dog Max by my side, we ventured into our regular hunting spot, a secluded clearing deep within the woods. It was a spot where deer frequented as it was near a small creek, an essential watering hole for the local fauna. Everything was going as planned. But that feeling of normalcy wouldn't last. It would soon be replaced by a creeping sense of unease, a feeling that something wasn't quite right. Little did I know, I was about to come face to face with a creature right out of a horror film. Strange occurrences began early on, like the absolute silence that fell over the woods. No chirping birds, no rustling leaves, just silence. And then there was the smell, an awful stench like rotting flesh, wafting through the air. The encounter happened just as the sun was setting. In the faint twilight, I saw it. A creature that towered over me, around 9 feet tall, standing on what seemed to be deer-like legs. Its skull-like face adorned with antlers, eye sockets glowing with a ghastly yellow light. As we ventured deeper into the woods, a faint rustling caught my attention. I initially dismissed it as the wind rustling through the leaves, but the sound persisted, growing louder and more unsettling. Max began to whimper and tug at his leash, a stark contrast to his usual fearlessness. It was then that a terrible smell hit me, a pungent, nauseating scent akin to rotting meat. I've spent countless hours in the wilderness, but never have I encountered a smell so horrendous. Still, I pressed on, attributing the smell to a decomposing carcass nearby. What I wasn't prepared for was the sight that awaited me in the clearing. Illuminated by the faint moonlight filtering through the trees was a creature like no other I've encountered before. It stood tall, a good 9 feet or so, towering over the deer it was seemingly feeding on. Its body was reminiscent of a deer's, with elongated legs that ended in hooves. But it wasn't the body that sent chills down my spine. It was the creature's face. Where a deer's head should have been was a skull, not unlike a deer's, but devoid of any flesh. 2 holes for eyes that glowed an eerie yellow. It was a sight that would haunt my dreams for many nights to come. A chill went down my spine, as I realized that the rotting smell I'd picked up earlier was coming from the creature itself. The sight of it, the smell. It was horrifying. I was frozen in place, a mix of fear and disbelief coursing through me. As the creature turned to look at me, I felt a jolt of primal fear surge through me. It was an instinctive reaction, the kind of fear that roots you to the spot and makes your heart pound in your chest. My breath hitched, and for a moment, everything around me seemed to still. I faced down angry boars and wounded bears, but never had I felt fear like this. This wasn't just another animal. The eerie glow in its eyes, the grotesque form, the overpowering stench of decay, it all pointed to something unnatural. Something I'd heard of in tales around the campfire, but never truly believed. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of the sight before me, while every instinct screamed at me to flee. Despite my fear, however, a part of me was also fascinated. I was witnessing something few people ever have, something that challenged everything I thought I knew about the world. I managed to back away slowly and head back home, Since then, I can't shake off the eerie feeling. I've started hearing strange sounds at night, and the stench, it sometimes returns. I wonder if that creature is out there, watching. After the encounter, everything changed for me. The woods, once a place of tranquility and solitude, now felt threatening and unknown. Every rustle of leaves, every shadow in the corner of my eye, had me on edge. I kept expecting to see those terrible glowing eyes staring back at me. Even when I was safe at home, I couldn't shake off the feeling of dread. Every creak of the house, every gust of wind, sent my heart racing. I barely slept for days, haunted by nightmares of the creature. I tried talking to a few close friends about it, but most of them laughed it off as a tall tale. Some advised me to lay off the booze. Others suggested that maybe I was getting too old for hunting. Only a few seemed to understand the depth of my fear, though even they struggled to fully believe my story. Over time, I've learned to cope with the fear. I don't go hunting as much as I used to, and when I do, I never venture into that part of the woods. I'm not sure what I saw that day, and part of me doesn't want to know. But one thing's for certain, I'll never forget the sight of that creature and the terror it instilled in me. At the initial glimpse, you may see what seems to be an ape hiding in the brush, but when you look closer, you start to notice the things that separate this creature from any common primate. Despite its dense, shaggy fur, which might be reminiscent of an ape, the creature doesn't quite match the profile of any known primate. Upon standing to its full height, the being in question towers at a staggering 7 to 8 feet. Yet what truly sets it apart is not just its impressive stature, but also the distinctly human-like attributes it seems to present in its physical form. These features immediately triggered thoughts of the legendary Bigfoot among those who witnessed the footage. However, in spite of its considerable size, there's a possibility that this could be a younger member of the alleged species, a juvenile perhaps, given that mature Bigfoots, as per anecdotal evidence, often exceed this size. Adding credibility to the Bigfoot hypothesis is the fact that this area of South Carolina has been a hotspot for Bigfoot sightings over the years. This raises the question, could this footage present the tangible proof of the elusive creature's existence? Or could it be an elaborate stunt? I'd love to know what you all think. Do you believe this is genuine evidence of the elusive Sasquatch? Or could it be another well-constructed hoax? The being captured in this footage presents a mysterious blend of human and primate characteristics, raising intriguing questions about its identity. Contrary to conventional primates, this creature is unusually bipedal, walking on two legs much like a human would. The similarities don't end there. The proportions of its limbs, the hands and legs in particular, display an uncanny resemblance to those of a human being. The creature's fur-covered body, however, differs significantly from human appearance. Unfortunately, the lighting is pretty bad, as well as the relatively low resolution quality of the image, so the creature's facial features remain a mystery. Although a clear identification is impossible to make based on this footage, one would be hard-pressed to believe that its face would mirror a human's, given its otherwise primate-like features. The cryptid community, driven by the countless anecdotal and photographic evidence of Bigfoot, leans strongly towards identifying the creature as such. This viewpoint is shared by the individual who unexpectedly captured this footage. Interestingly, the area where the trail camera was set up has been a hotbed for purported Bigfoot sightings, adding credibility to the claim. Considering the considerable stature of the creature in the image, standing at an imposing 9 feet, the proposition of it being a Bigfoot doesn't seem as unbelievable as one might think. But what's your take on this? Share your thoughts and theories and let me know what you think. Sometimes people need to look after not just their own pets, but also other animals in trouble. These animals can experience hardships and need our help. The ways they ask for our help can be very moving. In this footage, a young kangaroo managed to swim midway into the river before becoming utterly exhausted. Individuals aboard a nearby boat immediately sprang into action to help, but bringing the kangaroo onto the boat could have caused it significant stress. Therefore, they decided to give the little kangaroo the adventure of a lifetime. Instead, they were able to guide the kangaroo to safety and minimized its distress. It was a fascinating moment, demonstrating both human compassion and the resilience of the animal kingdom. Upon discovering a young fawn battling a strong current, a family quickly leaps into action. As the mother and child cheer on the struggling creature from the bank, the father dashes downstream to a point where he could potentially reach the distressed fawn. His rescue plan works, and with mere seconds to spare, manages to save the fawn from its risky adventure. Thanks to the timely intervention of these kind-hearted Samaritans, the deer scampers away unharmed. This big elk was stuck in a mud bog, barely able to keep its head out of the mud. The elk had likely been struggling in there for hours, almost completely submerged. It took 5 people to pull it to safety. You can see how exhausted it is afterwards.
Тяни еще, назад слезет, тяни еще. Еще, чтобы задние ноги вылезли. Все.
Can't even walk.
Пускай полежит.
This video is pretty wild. There's a python that was really hungry and ended up eating a towel of all things. The towel was a meter long. Lucky for the snake, vets got to in time to help it out. We don't know how long a mother bear had been watching a dumpster on a lonely road where her cubs were trapped. A woman came with a truck and quickly put a ladder in the dumpster so the cubs could get out. But one thing is clear. Without these brave people, her 3 young cubs would not have survived. Just amazing demonstrations of people helping animals in need and all of nature working together. This intriguing image surfaced online recently, posted by a user who says that they captured it on a trail camera. The image has sparked a widespread debate and reignited interest in a long-standing debate. At first glance, it's hard not to jump to an exciting conclusion. Could this be the face of the infamous Bigfoot? Covered in a thick layer of brown hair, the creature sports a broad nose suggesting a robust body to match. Yet, despite its imposing appearance, something in the creature's eyes suggests an unexpected gentleness. This contrast adds a layer of complexity to our usual assumptions about Bigfoot, painting a picture of a creature that is not just physically powerful, but potentially gentle as well. However, as with any image that stirs the pot of popular mythos, questions abound. Is this image authentic, or is it a clever piece of digital trickery? Could this truly be the elusive face of Bigfoot caught on camera at last? Or is it merely another piece in the ongoing puzzle of cryptozoology? Until we have more evidence, this captivating image serves as a tantalizing possibility. A fresh fuel for the fire of the Bigfoot legend. Whether real or fake, it continues to captivate and mystify us, sparking our imaginations and the endless quest for answers. The man was out walking on a trail at night when he saw a deer. It was strange because the deer was coming straight towards him. Surprised, he got his phone out and started to film it. Almost immediately, the deer ran away. But just before the man was about to holster his phone, the deer came back. Only this time something was very wrong. Its neck looked like it was broken. It was twisted and deformed. Many people who saw the video said it could be a skinwalker. Skinwalkers are part of some Native American folklore. They are thought to be witches or people who have the power to transform into animals or take on animal-like features. These creatures are said to be evil, using their powers to frighten or harm people. Suddenly, people's comments about the video made sense. The deer's strange behavior, its sudden appearance and disappearance, and the horrible look of its neck, it all fit the description of a skinwalker. Heck, the man was downright scared, and so were the viewers. They wondered if they just watched a real skinwalker caught on camera. The encounter turned from a strange wildlife encounter to a chilling brush with the supernatural. Let me know what you think about why this deer's neck was twisted like that.
Absolute is it?
You can hear the strange howls that are coming from the woods, and more importantly, the howls seem, for the lack of a different way to say it, different.
Starting to regret that I stopped at this rest stop.
They're obviously not from a human, and many commenters say they're from a wolf, but it doesn't seem as sharp as a wolf's howl to me. It almost sounds like an elephant, but most likely isn't. At the very least, this sounds like a much bigger animal than a wolf. Danny Ramirez is a truck driver that is parked for the night, and he finally whipped out his phone to record. And boy is he glad he did. This video went viral with millions and millions of views. I'd love to know what you guys think about this video. The howls sound pretty dang creepy to me. I covered a similar happening a few videos ago. A man and his family lived out in the woods and have been experiencing some damage to their home, which they claimed was being made by Bigfoot. This TikTok here shows a reported Bigfoot looking into this person's home. You can see the eyes shine, so you know it's not a human. What could it be? Some people have said that it's just a curious bear, but I don't know. I guess it could be. I just can't see it though. Let me know what you guys think about this clip, or if you've had any experience with something like this. I'm sure it has to be pretty unnerving. So, in this next video clip, we get to see this really mysterious creature, all covered in what looks like a wild mess of hair. You can't see it too clearly, but it looks like it's having a tough time, like it's hurt or something. At first glance, you might think it's just a big beaver, but then it starts to move, and man, it's pretty strange. The way it walks is unlike anything you'd normally see out in nature. It just adds to the whole mystery of what this creature might be. The person who filmed this did a good job of keeping a safe distance. Now, it's hard to say whether the creature knew it was being filmed. Maybe it sensed the guy there, but instead of getting defensive or angry, it just moved away quietly. That's kinda odd in my opinion. You'd think it might get scared or aggressive, but it was pretty relaxed about it all, just kept doing its thing. Makes you wonder about its behavior and maybe even its intelligence. Despite looking strange and possibly being injured, it didn't attack or run off. Just went about its business. It's really something to think about while trying to figure out what the heck this creature is. Before we delve into this incredible story, think about this. Picture an alligator, 12 feet long, tipping the scales at around 500 pounds. This beast has the power to clamp down with an extraordinary force of 2,000 pounds per square inch. Our story today involves a Florida local who decided to take a swim in a place he shouldn't have and came close to losing his life. The entire ordeal was captured on video. Brace yourself, as it's not easy viewing, but stick with us because it ends on a high note. Even before this incident, no one could ever doubt the bravery of Juan Carlos Laverde, an ex-United States Air Force, pararescuer, a triathlete, and a firefighter paramedic. He also runs an outdoor adventure business. He was shooting a promotional video for an upcoming race that his company was sponsoring. This is where our drone footage picks up, capturing a huge 12-foot alligator heading straight towards him. The creature was enormous. This was no small gator. Had it been a small gator, we might be sharing a laugh right now, he recounts. But this situation was far from funny. Upon making a particular stroke, I felt rough skin and sharp teeth, and I knew right away what I was up against. My instinct told me to pry its jaws open. That's when I realized I was in the grip of an alligator, he explains, now speaking through wired shut jaws. With an enormous amount of courage, he plunged his hand inside the gator's mouth and fought for his life. When I felt the teeth, I instantly knew. As I was trying to pry open its mouth, there was a sense of confusion. Either I had moved it or it moved me. It was as confused as I was. Then, miraculously, it let go. Juan swam back to the dock, hoisted himself up, and was driven to a hospital by a good Samaritan, all while dialing 911. GC underwent a critical 6-hour operation to address severe facial and skull injuries. Doctors had to remove part of his skull that had been penetrated by the alligator's teeth. He now wears a helmet to protect the right side of his head. Having been hospitalized twice already, he is due for more surgeries. His parting message to the viewers of this video? Seek your higher power.
Dear God, I know, silly, and I get that that's scary. I do. But life's scary place. So you could either carry that load by yourself, or allow someone to carry it for you.
His adventure business, aptly named Defeat X, took on a whole new meaning this day, with X being the alligator. He's grateful for the support and kind words he's received from everyone following the incident. Just an incredible story captured on camera. This video was taken in New Hampshire and sent into Rocky Mountain Sasquatch. I'll read the email that accompanied the video. Hi, my name is Justin and I live in New Hampshire. I have a video of what I believe to be a Bigfoot. The video is not mine, but belongs to a friend of mine who caught the creature while taking her dog out for a walk in the woods behind her house in the Bartlett area. She said while walking her dog, which is a Mastiff mixed dog, he started to act very out of character, as if he was almost afraid and refused to go any further. It was at this point that my friend said she started to smell something foul, almost like a dead and decaying body. That is when she caught a glimpse of something and pulled her phone out and started to record the video. Justin states there is another video of the encounter and is going to see if he can get it to send it in. I'd love to know what you guys think about this video. In the comments of the original video, many people say they know where this area is, and that a Bigfoot could easily live there undetected. Some even say they've had their own encounters there. I feel like this is either a Bigfoot or a hoax. It's either one or the other, and there are no other real scenarios. Anyhow, let me know what you guys think about this in the comments. Incredible footage here as this killer whale stops a boat with his constant cries for help. This unusual behavior proves that he's very worried. One of the occupants realizes that he really is asking for help, and she reaches out to calm the whale. A local rescue team was called in and showed up in a much smaller boat, and the whale and his friends that had joined were visibly excited, swimming circles around the team. Moments later, they set off for open water. The team follows closely behind the orcapod while they approach a cave. Just after they came out of the other side of the cave, the young whale stopped. As you can see, A mother whale has been caught in a fishing net, and the rope and buoy are wrapped around her tail. Her children are wailing and staying right by her side. Rescuers are moved from the scene and cannot believe that the young whale had the wherewithal to find and stop a boat to get help. With everyone working together, they spring into action to free the mother whale. The whale is very cooperative, as if she can sense they are there to help her. They took out the scissors and were able to cut the rope, and she's finally free. The young whales are very happy to see their mother freed and take off after her. Moments later, another pod joins the mother and babies, and they put on a uniform show of gratitude for the rescue. The mother killer whale actually got a manta ray and brought it to the rescuer's boat to try to give thanks. The rescuers and all involved said it was the most incredible experience ever. This is just absolutely unreal footage here. A puma ambushes a guanaco and the fight is on. Look at how strong the guanaco is. It's just flinging the cat around. Not to be outdone, the puma is unshaken and continues to hang on. When she gets shaken off, she flies back to the neck almost like a magnet. The guanaco knows that it can absolutely not let this cat latch onto her. Man, just an incredible camera capture. With all this chatter about aliens going around these days, it feels like nothing could really shock us anymore, right? But then, this video pops up. It was taken back in 2019 on a trail camera in Brazil. The man who owns the camera swears up and down he's never caught anything this weird before. The figure in the video looks just like an alien, and it kinda seems like it's sizing up the camera, trying to figure out what's what. Like it's never seen a trail cam before and it's just curious. But here's the kicker. Some folks are saying this alien was actually nabbed by the authorities. And wouldn't you know, they supposedly kept it on the down low. Didn't tell a soul. Stuff like this always makes me wonder. Let me know what you guys think about this trail cam capture. Is this real or just a fake? I'll never forget that night. It was October 2023, and I was camping solo in the deep wilderness of Northern California. It was a favorite spot of mine, far from the city and all its distractions. The thick tree canopy was like my own universe above me, and the only sound you'd hear was the rustle of leaves and distant noises of night creatures. I was at peace and for the first time in a long while enjoying the quiet. But that peace was disrupted around midnight. There was an unmistakable shift in the air, like a weight had settled over the forest. The crickets' chatter quieted. The occasional rustle of small critters in the underbrush ceased. The normal buzz of the wilderness gave way to unsettling, thick silence. You know that feeling, right? Like when you're waiting for something, but you're not sure what. It was that, but 100 times worse. The recent comfort I found in the seclusion of the forest was replaced by this creeping dread. I felt watched. I felt like I wasn't alone anymore. The hairs at the back of my neck stood up. A shiver ran down my spine, and I could sense that something was off. It felt like the calm before a storm. It was as if the forest was holding its breath, waiting for what was about to unfold. That's when I saw it. This thing. It entered my little clearing, standing tall at 6 feet, easy. It was human-shaped but had black feathers all over it. And the wings, man, they were massive. As large as its body, and when it spread them out, it was like some grim angel out of a nightmare. That's when I saw it, a figure, ominous and out of place, entered my secluded clearing. Standing at least 7 feet, it had a wiry humanoid silhouette. I remember squinting, trying to understand what I was seeing. It was covered in these black feathers, darker than the night itself, shimmering slightly in the glow of my dying campfire. Its body was eerily human-like, but twisted into something out of a grim fairy tale, a grotesque distortion of a man. And the wings. Those massive, ominous wings were unlike anything I'd ever seen. They were as large as its body, maybe even larger. When the creature spread them out, it was like watching a nightmarish sight. A dark angel expanding its wings in some twisted welcoming. The wings had a leathery sheen to them, like that of a bat, and they dwarfed the creature, creating an imposing figure that seemed to absorb the little light from the campfire. But it was the creature's eyes that froze me to the core. Imagine two glaring red lights piercing the night, searing themselves into your memory. They were large, almost unnaturally so, with an intense reflective quality that glowed menacingly in the dark. It was like looking at the brake lights of a car, intense and fiery. The rest of its face was lost in the shadow, a void where features should have been. But those eyes were unforgettable. They bore into me, burning with a ferocity that turned my blood cold and made my heart pound in my chest. My mind was a whirlwind of panic and disbelief. I was rooted to the spot, caught in the dreadful gaze of this entity. It felt like time had come to a standstill, and I was stuck in this endless moment of paralyzing fear. I can't lie, I was scared out of my wits. It was the kind of terror that swallows you whole, the kind that makes your breath hitch and your skin crawl. I felt it in my bones, a primal fear that made every instinct in my body scream at me to run. But I was frozen, trapped in the spotlight of those infernal red eyes. Suddenly, survival instincts kicked in, cutting through the paralyzing fear. My hand shot out, grabbing the flashlight I had lying next to me. Fumbling slightly with the switch, I managed to turn it on, a beam of light cutting through the darkness and landing squarely on the creature. I wish I could say it made a difference. I wish I could say the light drove it away, but it didn't. Instead, it was like shining a beam into an abyss. The creature was unfazed, standing its ground, its eyes burning even brighter in the light. And then, in a blink, it was gone, as if it had never been there. No dramatic exit, no grand show. Just the sound of wings beating against the air, growing fainter until it was swallowed by the silence of the night. I was left there, flashlight in hand, heart pounding, looking at the empty space where the creature had been moments before. It felt unreal, like a nightmarish illusion. But the lingering dread, the goosebumps on my skin, the sweat trickling down my back, it was all too real. My camping spot, once a place of solitude and peace, now held the ghost of the encounter, the shadow of my fear. I wish I could tell you that I simply brushed it off, shrugged it aside as some trick of the light or a hallucination brought on by too much solitude. But I can't. The encounter had shaken me to my core. It had stripped away my sense of safety, leaving me raw and exposed. My familiar camping spot now felt alien and threatening. Every rustle of the leaves, every flicker in the firelight, every sound in the silence sent a fresh wave of fear coursing through me. Sleep was out of the question. I spent the rest of the night huddled by the dying fire, my eyes darting around the dark edges of my clearing, waiting for the creature to reappear. Every second ticked by in a haze of fear and anticipation. Dawn couldn't come soon enough. When the first rays of sunlight filtered through the trees, I felt a small sense of relief. I packed up my things, my movements robotic, my mind still reeling from the previous night's encounter. The forest, bathed in the soft morning light, seemed to have regained some of its lost tranquility, but the echo of my fear still tainted its beauty. I couldn't shake off the feeling of being watched. The memory of those glowing red eyes burned into my mind. In the days and weeks following the encounter, I found it difficult to shake off the unease. Even in the safety of my home, I'd find myself looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see those glaring red eyes in the shadows. I had trouble sleeping, my dreams filled with black feathers and a faceless figure looming over me. The sound of wings beating would make my heart race, a cruel reminder of that dreadful night. My love for the outdoors, once my refuge, had been tainted. I felt a strange sense of betrayal. My sanctuary turned into a stage for my deepest fears. I found myself unable to venture back into the wilderness, the thought alone enough to send me spiraling into anxiety. My encounter with the creature had left scars, not physical but psychological ones. Scars that made me question my safety, my sanity, and my love for the wilderness. The world, once filled with beauty and wonder, now held shadows of fear and uncertainty. It was a terrifying experience, one that still haunts me, one that has changed me in ways I never thought possible. As for me, I don't know what I saw that night, but I can tell you one thing: the forest isn't as quiet as it seems. There are mysteries out there, and some are better left unsolved. Recently, an extraordinary paranormal video was discovered and uploaded to TikTok. The event reportedly took place in a section of woods near a horse stable. The man that discovered this clip decided to investigate the area, and he happened to see a man working the nearby land. He decided to ask the stable worker about any unusual happenings in the area. The man said he has encounters with coyotes or similar creatures. However, as the conversation developed, the question of whether the man had ever observed anything he couldn't explain in these parts. Upon hearing this, the man's eyes lit up with intrigue. The stable worker shared that just the previous week his friend had recorded a peculiar video in these very woods. The footage, which was uploaded on his friend's private Facebook page, couldn't be directly shared. So he had to actually record the video that was playing on a phone with his phone. This mysterious incident was shared with numerous people, none of whom were able to decipher the strange happenings in the video. The original uploader welcomes all comments and theories. He is legitimately looking for answers. What adds a layer of strangeness to the entire incident is that the person who captured the original video now refuses to return to those woods. Observing the video carefully reveals a dog growling and seemingly looking in the direction where the inexplicable event takes place. It's an absolutely bewildering piece of footage that continues to baffle everyone who watches it. The man says, quote, "Opinions on what transpired are eagerly sought. So what say you guys? Does anyone have any explanation for the figure in the video?" This is just an awesome video here. A man has traveled to Florida and to a place dubbed the most dangerous fishing pier in the world. He attaches a GoPro to a rope and tosses it under a pier, and what we see next is incredible. Almost as soon as he drops it in, we see a giant tail, unmistakably belonging to a shark. As the video continues, the water is super clear and we see all the bait fish. The bait fish are attracted to the algae and other small fish that feed off the pilings. So the small fish attract bigger fish, which attract even bigger fish to eat those fish, and so on. The moral of the story is, there's always a bigger fish. Now the stars of this video start to show up. Massive tiger sharks are just swimming around this pier. The guy says this pier is covered with tiger sharks. They're everywhere. Which really is crazy, because there are people swimming only a few hundred yards away, and tiger sharks are known as being some of the most aggressive sharks around. However, it bears mentioning that they don't seem too interested in the people swimming, which would be a much easier snack than trying to catch these fish, I'm sure. He eventually pulls up the camera and goes to the end of the pier, and he decides to drop the GoPro roughly 10 feet into the water. And for all my fishermen out there, yep, those are juvenile cobia. For those that don't know, cobia is some of the most fun fish to catch. Pound for pound, they are one of the strongest saltwater fish and put up a great fight. Obviously, the sharks are the stars of this clip, but if you caught one of those juvenile cobia's parents, that would be a lot more fun than hooking that shark. Nevertheless, awesome footage of the animal kingdom, and go check this guy's page out. A seriously freaky video hit TikTok just a few days ago, on June 12th. It's a piece of footage that sent shivers down people's spines because it showed something totally out of the ordinary. Something that felt like it was meant to stay hidden. The video came from a lady named Colleen, who was just spending an ordinary day inside her home when something caught her eye. While looking out her window, she noticed a bizarre sight that she just had to record. In the video, you can hear Colleen stating with a strange kind of acceptance, "This is what I deal with all the time." What she was trying to show were these two semi-transparent shadow figures that were just barely visible but definitely there. She made it clear that she was actually seeing these weird shadows for real, insisting, "I can literally see them with my own two eyes." The most unsettling part of this whole thing was the eerie stillness of these beings. They seemed to just stand there, silently watching her. This realization scared Colleen big time and left her clueless about what to make of it all. What's more, Colleen had mentioned that this wasn't the first time she had run into these spooky figures. She suspected that her house, or maybe the area around it, is haunted because she's had similar hair-raising encounters in the past. The footage she shared is absolutely bone-chilling. It feels like a scene straight out of a horror movie. But for Colleen, it's just another day in her inexplicably spooky life. The story unfolds in Deer Lodge, Montana in October of 2000. Don Bromley, an 18-year-old man, is managing a ranch equipped with over 100 motion-detecting trail cameras designed to catch predators or potential trespassers. One particular morning, Don checks the feed from the cameras and finds an intruder quite unlike any he's seen before. As he studies the figure, a chilling feeling takes hold. The figure appears bipedal, but there's something off about its appearance. The head is too big, too misshapen, and something about it simply doesn't sit right. The figure incites curiosity, even doubt, over what it could possibly be. On closer examination, especially focusing on the odd size of the head, one might question if it resembles a human at all. John Johnson clarifies that the camera that caught this figure was situated miles away from any type of road or trail. Intrigued by the mysterious figure and unable to shrug off his unease, Don decides to go back and conduct a more thorough photo analysis. This exercise hits close to home, shedding light on how a human should look in comparison, leaving an unexplained figure in the image. The question arises, what exactly are we looking at here? Could it be a Bigfoot? Montana is renowned for its rich history of mysterious sightings, with Sasquatches topping the list. The state provides an excellent habitat for such creatures and has been known to be a hotspot for UFO activity as well. In fact, back in 1950, Montana is believed to be the location where a man named Nick Mariana made UFO history by spotting two shiny objects moving in the sky, and even managed to film them with a 16mm camera, a first as far as we know. So, do we think Don's camera captured something equally momentous? Could it be a Bigfoot, an extraterrestrial being, or something entirely new? The investigators decided to send Don's photo to their trusted forensic image analyst Michael for further examination. The first question he tackles is the authenticity of the image. Was it altered by Don? After conducting what is essentially an X-ray of the image, he discerns no signs of copy-pasting or other forms of manipulation. He receives no alerts from his image authentication software about any inconsistencies. The conclusion that they came up with is that the image is indeed a camera original. Now, I guess what that means is that the photo itself is unaltered, but as you know, there could still be some funny business going on. Let me know what you guys think about this. Here we have footage originating from Ontario, Canada, where we can see a group of boaters leisurely enjoying their time on the lake. Suddenly, a figure darts between the trees on the nearby land, its movements quick and fleeting, as if not wanting to be detected. It's not uncommon for wild creatures to be timid, so this behavior isn't all that surprising. However, capturing this exact moment on camera could be seen as suspiciously good timing, adding a layer of intrigue to the video. Curiosity piqued, the boaters decide to navigate closer to the shore, aiming to get a better look at the mystery creature. Watching the zoomed-in version of the footage might help you understand their fascination. Can you see it? An almost ape-like figure can be spotted, even though there are no known apes in Ontario. A closer examination of the video leads to more questions. Despite the creature's ape-like appearance, it moves with a peculiarly human-like gait. Moreover, the creature seems to have a hunched posture, adding to its eerie appeal. What other being do we know that shares these characteristics? You've probably guessed it already, the elusive Bigfoot. Could this footage indicate the presence of Bigfoot in Ontario? This could be just one piece of the puzzle in a larger mystery. It does make us wonder though, could there be more than one of these creatures in these woods? Is it possible we're dealing with a whole community of these beings, cleverly avoiding human detection? Another point to consider is whether the boat's approach might have startled the creature, causing it to come out of hiding. Share your thoughts and theories on this. Is this a lucky sighting of the legendary creature, or just another enigma waiting to be solved? On June 20th of 2022, a bone-chilling video surfaced on the TikTok platform, setting the digital world abuzz. The video showed a group of friends experiencing the simple joy of a tree swing behind their house. The night was alive with their laughter, their attention fully engaged in the moment, oblivious to the ominous presence that was silently observing them from the shadows. This particular house, the setting of our spine-tingling tale, was nestled in a remote location far from the hum of city life. The property was flanked by dense woods, giving it an isolation that only heightened the sense of unease. After also sharing the video to Facebook, it was a family member who first spotted the eerie figure in the backdrop. The realization that they had been under the scrutiny of this lurking entity had the family members living in a state of terror ever since. The knowledge that they were not alone, that a creature had been quietly watching their nocturnal fun, had the family members on edge. Despite some spectators dismissing the video as an elaborate hoax, the family insisted on their innocence. They maintained that they were genuinely unaware of the unsettling presence and vehemently denied any staging. A flurry of comments pointed towards the mythical creature known as the Rake. This creature, as the lore goes, is a thin, pale humanoid infamous for its nocturnal prowls in the woods. Whatever this creature was, its presence implied danger, reminding us of the unknown lurking in the darkness. Ever watchful, ever present. Let me know what you guys think about this clip. We're faced with another intriguing incident that suggests the possible sighting of the elusive creature, Bigfoot. What we have here is a series of images taken by a trail camera from diverse angles. These pictures display an enormous fur-covered figure that could easily be mistaken for an ape at first glance. However, upon closer examination, it's clear this is something entirely different. The location where these images were captured is quite remote, devoid of apes, bears, or any other known creatures that might resemble this figure. Considering this, it's no wonder that many are pointing towards the possibility of this being Bigfoot. The area, replete with dense forests and lush grass, certainly provides an ideal refuge for such an elusive being. However, upon watching the video closely, you might notice an intriguing detail. A peculiar structure stands in the background, sticks or limbs arranged in the form of a teepee. Could the trail camera have merely captured a person building this structure, perhaps even disguised in a ghillie suit? Or, on a more chilling note, could this be Bigfoot himself, constructing his own habitat? One detail to add to the intrigue is that we never get a definitive look at the creature's face in the clear daylight. This raises the suspense and leaves more room for speculation. We're left pondering, could this be the real deal? A genuine Bigfoot sighting? Or could it be just an elaborate prank meant to stir up a sensation? I've offered my perspective, but now I'm interested in yours. Is this evidence of the mythical Bigfoot, or is it just another elaborate hoax? I'd love to hear your thoughts and theories, so if you would, please share with everyone in the comments section. In the chill of November 2022, an unnerving narrative began to unwind on the pastoral stretches of Elk Key Ranch, a family-owned land spanning over 13,000 acres, just southeast of Meeker, Colorado. Here, amid the shadow of the scenic White River National Forest, began the mysterious saga of inexplicable cattle deaths. The Klingel-Smith family, stalwarts of Meeker, guided the fates of this ranch. Known for their industrious spirit and commitment to nature, they were honored with the Wildlife Landowners of the Year award presented by Colorado Parks and Wildlife. As autumn leaves began to turn, a startling discovery was made. 19 juvenile carcasses, accompanied by the remains of a fully grown cow, were found dispersed across the Klingel-Smith's property, the majority of which were clustered within a hauntingly narrow radius of just 1.5 miles. An alarm was immediately sounded to the Colorado Parks Wildlife Team, as well as the Department of Agriculture Wildlife Services. The initial investigation led to disconcerting clues. The eerie absence of tails and bite marks bearing the signatures of canine teeth on numerous carcasses. As more calf corpses were found, the tally of the dead escalated to a staggering 42 within a fortnight, along with 2 sick calves thought to be victims of the lethal brisket disease. While the evidence hinted at wolf predation, doubts began to creep in, casting shadows over conclusions. Was this gruesome act the work of wolves, or the misdeeds of a more mysterious predator? Could this be the return of the infamous dogman, Chupacabra, or some other cryptid, rumored in hushed whispers? With these theories in mind, the decision was made to install and monitor trail cameras across the sprawling acreage of the ranch. It was a meticulous task, but the hope was to capture visual evidence of the predator, natural or supernatural, that was stalking the LK Ranch. For many a sleepless night, investigators vigilantly watched the footage, their eyes weary from the glow of screens, showing the unending vista of Colorado's wilderness. Days bled into nights and nights into days as the trail cameras whirred and clicked, documenting every stir of the wind, every shadow cast by the moon, and every creature that happened to wander into their view. Each rustle of the underbrush sent hearts racing, only to be deflated by the sight of a harmless deer or a foraging raccoon. Never any wolves. A chilling pattern emerged from the jigsaw of macabre evidence. Signs of wolf predation were scarce among the remains, intensifying the mystery shrouding the incident. Despite considerable efforts, authorities were left scratching their heads, contemplating theories ranging from wolf attacks to more sinister, unknown factors. The spectral specter of a hidden predator seemed to lurk just beyond their grasp. Further investigation pointed to a more terrestrial, yet elusive villain, a soil-borne bacterium, Clostridium chauvet, notorious for causing blackleg disease in cattle and sheep. Yet the puzzle was far from solved. What provoked the sudden outbreak of this deadly pathogen, causing a surge in cattle deaths? Rumors started to take flight, weaving tales of a mysterious creature lurking in the shadows, striking fear and uncertainty into the hearts of many. The land had seen such terror before. Throughout the early 1970s, Colorado had been the stage for a disturbing series of livestock deaths and mutilations, leaving a legacy of fearful legends among cattle producers. As media coverage on the recent deaths surged, speculation ran wild, fueling rumors of extraterrestrial intervention and satanic cults, a haunting echo of the past mysteries. Despite detailed autopsies and extensive lab tests, the results remained inconclusive, offering no firm answers to the mystery of the cattle deaths. Authorities found themselves teetering on the edge of uncertainty, navigating a quagmire of doubts and unproven theories. With no clear culprit in sight, the investigation eventually wound down in February, leaving behind a tangled web of questions and theories. Despite the chilling tales and rumors that had swept across the state, the mystery of the Meeker cattle deaths persisted. In the absence of concrete proof, the problem of the silent predator remained unresolved. Even as the saga drew to a close, the lingering echoes of fear and uncertainty remained, leaving the tale of the mysterious cattle deaths in Meeker, Colorado, an unsolved mystery, the echoes of which would continue to haunt the tranquil landscape for years to come. The only thing I could say, an investigator told the media, is that there was zero evidence of traditional wolves. Now, that is a pretty crazy story. As you can see from the pictures, many of the cattle seem to be uneaten. Stuff like this always makes me wonder about the chupacabra. While they traditionally prefer goats, these cows might have fallen victim to the blood-sucking beast. Let me know what theories you all have to explain this. Just an absolute insane video here. First of all, it's not lost on me that I live in America and don't have to deal with these types of things. With that being said, as the video starts, I honestly thought the snake had the man, but then I realized it was much worse. He had the dog. The Good Samaritan biker has seen the incident and pulled over to help rescue the dog, who is deep within the grips of this snake. He tries to wrestle the dog from the snake, but that's going to be impossible. A few other bystanders stop by and join in the fight. A fight the dog will absolutely lose unless he's helped. Finally, by maneuvering a stick into the jaw of the snake, it appears they have freed the dog, who seems fine actually, does a little shake and walks away. And while the snake's meal was foiled, a grateful dog's life was saved. Incredible camera capture. The following footage originates from the Saskatchewan River in Canada. From the title, it might not be immediately clear, but I assure you, the video reveals what some have believed to exist only in the realm of myth. Are you a little skeptical? Keep watching. This intriguing video was recorded by a group of friends out on a fishing adventure. As you would expect, they were engaged in the usual fishing activities, baiting their hooks, eager for a catch. Then, unexpectedly, they noticed an odd creature lurking just a few feet away. Direct your attention to the right side of the video, and you'll spot it. Did you see it? The creature has an uncanny resemblance to some kind of primate, yet significantly larger and appears to be walking upright with remarkable ease. We know that such a bipedal gait is a characteristic primarily associated with humans, not apes. Moreover, the creature was shrouded in a full coat of brown fur, contributing to its enigmatic presence. We can only guess what brought it to the riverbank, but one thing's clear. It wasn't looking for an audience. Sadly for the creature and the onlookers at the riverbank, it was noticed. Upon realizing it had been discovered, it made a dash for the nearby tree line. The spectators, baffled and unsure of what they were witnessing, also scrambled to leave the area. After sharing the footage online, the group is convinced they had a close encounter with Bigfoot. I must admit, the creature bears an uncanny resemblance to the legendary Bigfoot. Like in many other purported Bigfoot sightings, This creature didn't seem overly interested in human presence and only desired to be left alone. While part of me is eager to accept this as the real deal, my skepticism keeps me grounded, causing me to question the video's authenticity. The group's reaction seems a bit off, although that could just be my overanalyzing nature. But don't let me be a Donnie Downer. I'm curious to hear your thoughts on this. What's your take on this whole situation? Great video here reminding me of what my cat does to my dog. This sly fox pops over this wall, but this kitty isn't having it. I can tell this is a female cat by how protective she is. I don't even need to verify. It's awesome. She initiates contact and the fox has realized he's entered the wrong backyard. After a little back and forth, the fox submits and the cat allows him to slink away and out of the yard. Just a really cool camera capture. An Australian man, accompanied by a few of his friends, set out on an adventure to a remote river. Their equipment consisted of a simple rope, with which they planned to construct an improvised rope swing. After a diligent search, they identified what they believed to be the perfect spot for their entertainment. Carefully, they fastened the rope around a sturdy tree and prepared to dive into the water. However, as the first person enthusiastically swung out and released himself into the cool water, they all realized the grave miscalculation they had just made. Their chosen location was not the smartest. Unfortunately, this realization dawned too late for the brave, unsuspecting man who had been the first to test the rope swing. The man plunged into the water, landing uncomfortably close to a massive crocodile. Miraculously, the typically accurate and swift predator missed its snap at the man. Shock coursed through the man as he processed the near-death encounter. Adrenaline kicked in and he hurriedly swam back to shore, managing to evade the creature with no known injuries. It's almost unthinkable what would have happened had the crocodile not missed its usually accurate bite and gotten a hold of him. As we all know, crocodiles are formidable hunters and not to be messed with. A person, or anything for that matter, is virtually helpless in the water with a croc. This man, against all odds, was able to escape, and I hope to God he realizes just how bad this could have been. He's lucky to get to live and tell this tale. Caught on a trail camera is an image that leaves me guessing. As I've discussed previously, there exist entities that seem to be plucked straight from a realm different than ours. And this snapshot encapsulates such a phenomenon perfectly. The sight of the creature in the image might send a shiver down your spine. With a coating of fur akin to that of a canine, and back legs suggestive of a four-legged beast, the creature displayed is both fascinating and chilling. Strangely enough, it seems to be standing erect on its hind legs while maintaining a somewhat stooped posture. Its absence of a visible neck gives an impression of the head being directly affixed to its shoulders. The shape of the head defies description, and its eyes are peculiar. Oval, stark white, and devoid of identifiable irises or pupils. Its unnerving appearance could be straight out of a thriller, or perhaps it suggests something from beyond our planet. I would like to dismiss it as a simple prank, a costume prankster, or a trick of photo manipulation. But what my eyes perceive appears alarmingly genuine. This puzzling image leaves us with tons of questions. What is this thing? Where did it come from? Are the local residents near where this photograph was taken safe? Again, this peculiar creature has left a lot of people baffled. Nonetheless, I'm particularly interested in hearing your guys' thoughts on this one. What are your thoughts on this mysterious being caught on a trail cam? We all love our dogs, so imagine the distress the owners of this camera felt when they saw what almost happened to their beloved pet. This camera captures the moment a suspected microburst hit this small town and almost whisks this dog away. Luckily, it only took the canopy. For those unfamiliar, a microburst is similar to a tornado. It is a localized column of sinking air, or a downdraft within a thunderstorm, and is usually less than or equal to 2.5 miles in diameter. Microbursts can cause extensive damage at the surface, and in some instances, can be life-threatening. These weather events can cause wind speeds to increase dramatically, often causing damage similar to that of tornadoes. The sudden change in wind direction and speed can be extremely hazardous to aircraft, particularly during takeoff and landing. Fortunately, the family pet is safe and back on solid ground. Once again, we find our sense of reality being challenged by the different beings captured on trail and street cameras during what appears to be an ordinary day. In the video clip we observe an entity moving quadrupedally, whether on the pavement or the road itself. Its broad gait and limb positioning mirror the characteristics of an oversized grasshopper. Online viewers are buzzing with speculation, as this creature, recorded from various viewpoints, is purported to be a skinwalker, eerily traversing the globe as if marking its territory. It really is amazing how these cameras can document just about any occurrence. However, without fail, there's a considerable number of viewers who express skepticism about the authenticity of the footage. They propose it might be a joke or perhaps some form of intricate deception. Anyhow, I'd love to know your thoughts on this, so please share your opinion. A segment of an Oregon beach had to be shut down temporarily after a mountain lion was spotted climbing a prominent rock formation, apparently on the hunt for seabirds. The cougar was seen on Sunday morning perched atop Haystack Rock, a celebrated site for observing seabirds located in Cannon Beach along the Oregon coast. The predator likely scaled the rock during low tide and found itself marooned when the tide came in. In response, local authorities cordoned off a portion of the beach and the nearby dunes to create a safe route for the cougar to return to its typical territory. District wildlife biologist Paul Atwood explained to the media that it was unusual to see a cougar venturing onto Haystack Rock. Cougars primarily feed on deer, but they will also consume elk, other mammals, and birds, noting that while coastal forest areas are ideal cougar habitats, it's uncommon for them to make their way onto Haystack Rock. On Monday, Oregon State Police and the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife confirmed that the predator had vacated the rock, with tracks indicating that it had moved away from the area and the beach was subsequently reopened to the public. Haystack Rock, part of the Oregon Islands National Wildlife Refuge, is a protected wilderness area and a notable spot among bird watchers due to its resident population of nesting seabirds, including tufted puffins. In a surprising catch, an 11-year-old boy Charlie reeled in a pacu, a piranha relative, from a local pond in a suburban area north of Oklahoma City. Charlie's mother, Jana Clinton, narrated the peculiar incident to National Public Radio, expressing their surprise at finding such a fish with human-like teeth in a neighborhood pond, usually populated with bass or catfish. Before they could identify the fish, they released it back into the pond due to it being a catch-and-release zone, later realizing it was a mistake given its invasive nature. Since the incident, Charlie has been trying to recapture the pacu. If he does, his mother plans to get it mounted as a trophy, despite a neighbor's offer to cook it. The Oklahoma Department of Wildlife Conservation suspects the pacu was a pet that outgrew its tank and was released into the wild. They warned against such actions, emphasizing their detrimental impact on native wildlife. This isn't the first instance of a pacu being caught in Oklahoma, marking a peculiar trend in the state's waters. Pretty cool catch by the youngster. This catch and all of this attention will likely keep him a fisherman for the rest of his life. For our next clip, we head to a daytime scene in a backyard where a homeowner has spotted a rare meeting of two animals. We have a raccoon and a bobcat who seem to be just sizing each other up. Now, common knowledge tells us all that the bobcat has the upper hand and the raccoon should tread lightly. And as we watch, it appears the raccoon gets a little too close for comfort and the scuffle ensues. Look at the bobcat move. That's unreal. The agility is unparalleled. Very few species possess that type of quickness. The raccoon chases the bobcat off in another case of the bobcat losing the battle to win the war. Bobcats need their skill set and to be firing on all cylinders to hunt and survive in the wild. This guy isn't going to risk injury in a fight with a raccoon with which he could handily take care of if need be. Let me know what you guys think about this. I saw someone mention the raccoon being able to put up a good fight with the bobcat. I don't know about that. What do you guys think? One morning, this guy out for his regular jog, right? Now, he takes the same route every day. But on this particular day, something's different. He spots this weird dark creature right in the middle of his path. He manages to get it on video, but even then, it's hard to tell what exactly this thing is. It's big and it looks like it's covered in black fur. The creature's there, doing something, but it's kind of hard to tell what it's up to. It kind of looks like it's eating something, but who knows? Now, when he zooms in on the video, you can see this creature's got these pointy ears kind of like what you'd see on a cat or a dog. But honestly, it's pretty hard to tell what this thing is. Is it attacking something? Is it just having breakfast? It's hard to say. All I know is it's kind of creepy. Now here's another weird part. If this thing's some kind of cryptid, some monster from the tales we've all heard, what's it doing out in broad daylight? Don't these things usually stick to the shadows? And if it's just a normal animal, then what kind? I'm really curious to hear what you guys think this thing could be. This intriguing footage was recorded by a woman venturing into the forest when she spotted something rather unusual. Within the highlighted red circle, you can make out a translucent moving figure that bears a humanoid form. The speculation is that this entity could be a so-called glimmerman, or invisible terrestrial entities as some like to call them. Sightings of such entities are relatively rare. However, eyewitness reports describe these beings as typically standing between 5 to 7 feet tall, often found in woodland areas, and occasionally seen perched high in trees. They are said to exhibit exceptional agility, moving swiftly across both land and water. These entities are known for their ability to seamlessly blend into their surroundings. It's believed that if a glimmerman detects that it's been seen, it will shadow or tail you with the intent of urging you to depart from its territory. While reports of sightings are gradually increasing, the true nature of these beings remains a mystery. Are they extraterrestrial, or do they belong to the realm of the supernatural? I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. Direct your attention to the upper middle portion of your screen, where you can catch sight of a sizable, fur-coated entity meandering through the woodland. A closer look at the footage offers a reasonably lucid image of this mysterious being. Could it be a Sasquatch, perhaps? These creatures, often thought to belong to the primate family, are reputed to range in height from 6 to 15 feet. It's said that they give off a rather unpleasant odor, and are either perfectly quiet or known to emit a high-pitched shriek. Despite the fact that some biologists feel their existence remains unconfirmed. There appears to be a compelling body of evidence, including video recordings, such as the one you're watching now. This particular entity appears to be moving at a rather leisurely pace. Considering the scale of it, especially when you factor in the filming distance, It seems to be enormous. One may wonder, could this simply be a bear or something more elusive? What do you guys think? I always have a discussion with a buddy of mine about which is scarier, an alligator or a shark. Sharks may be considered scarier by some due to their portrayal in media and films such as Jaws. They are often depicted as predatory creatures of the open ocean, able to attack without warning. The great white shark, for instance, is renowned for its size, speed, and rows of sharp teeth. Additionally, being attacked in the open water where humans are not in their element can increase the fear factor associated with sharks. Alligators, on the other hand, can be terrifying due to their powerful jaws, agility both in water and on land, and their stealthy hunting style. They're often found in freshwater environments like swamps, marshes, and rivers, especially in parts of the United States, which can make them a more common fear for people living in or visiting these areas. My argument is that the gator is much scarier, and a video like this is the reason. Gators will eat you, and if they aren't hungry, they'll bury you underwater for a later time. Sharks can be deadly, but they usually bite and let go. If you survive the shark bite, they don't often come and finish you off like the gator will. Anyhow, are you team gator or team shark? Let me know. Before we get into today's captures, visit dreadsarmy.com to sign up for the Dread Weekly newsletter so you don't miss out on any updates. Also, check out all of the channels in the Dread Network on dreadsarmy.com or in the description below. Thanks for listening. Now let's get to the captures. In this next clip, we have an engaging piece of footage that's sure to pique your curiosity. Earlier this year, a man named AJ stumbled upon a set of enigmatic footprints that traced a path from the dense woods all the way to his home, located in Rockingham County, New Hampshire. Intrigued by these unanticipated visitors, AJ sought the opinion of New Hampshire's Fish and Game Department. Their verdict? The markings were attributed to a snowshoe hare. However, AJ wasn't entirely convinced and sought to solicit additional perspectives. The footprints displayed a distinctive characteristic. They were set in a walking pattern, as opposed to the inline pattern often exhibited by most animals. More notably, the prints were wider at the front, tapering towards the back, a departure from the typically wider rear ends observed in rabbits and hares. To give you a sense of scale, AJ's own footprints, imprinted in the fresh snow, were included in the footage. Wearing a size 9.5 boot, his tracks were significantly smaller than the mystery prints, emphasizing the large size of our mysterious visitor. AJ's property extends over 2.5 acres, bordering a forest that becomes notably dense during summer months. A river courses through the area, adding to its appeal for potential wildlife. Photos shared by AJ reveal a verdant, closely knit canopy of trees in his backyard, while a summertime video showcases the exact location where the puzzling footprints were discovered. This evidence raises the tantalizing question: are we looking at the work of an unusually large snowshoe hare, or could it be something more elusive? Perhaps even the infamous Bigfoot? I'd love to hear your thoughts and theories on this intriguing mystery. In this next clip, we bring your attention to an intriguing image derived from Google Maps, which some believe to have caught a phantom on film. Now, it might seem a bit far-fetched, but let's examine the evidence at hand. Take a moment to observe this photograph. Tucked behind the tree, a ghostly figure of colorless complexion can be seen. As we zoom in, the image sharpens, revealing the eerie pale face of a young girl. The theory circulating around this peculiar sighting proposes that the girl tragically met her end at this location years ago, and her spirit has chosen to linger in her familiar surroundings. Intriguingly, her spectral appearance coincides with the time when Google was mapping the area. However, the narrative is not universally accepted. Some individuals argue that the figure captured is just an ordinary young girl who has passed away since the time the image was taken, inadvertently lending her a ghostly status in retrospect. I mean, that sounds like a ghost to me. On the other hand, skeptics raise an alternative explanation suggesting the image could be the product of adept digital manipulation, a product of Photoshop. So where does your opinion align in this mysterious debate? For our next adventure, we journey to the scenic landscapes of Minnesota, where a local angler encountered the legendary Bigfoot, leaving behind the footprints now displayed on your screen. While peacefully casting his fishing line in the heart of the river, the man spotted an enormous creature rise from the depths of the water before swiftly vanishing into the bordering woodland. He swiveled around to confirm his sighting, and there it was. The creature of folklore and campfire stories, standing tall and imposing, Bigfoot. With his heart pounding and his hands shaking, he felt a certainty that this encounter with the legendary beast would be his last. However, something out of the ordinary happened. The creature merely stood its ground, locked eyes with him, then retreated into the surrounding foliage. As if a switch had been flipped, the man's fear dissolved, replaced by a surge of curiosity that propelled him to chase after the beast. He still isn't sure why he did this. His desire to secure tangible evidence of this extraordinary encounter overrode his initial fear. However, by the time he reached the spot where the creature had been, it had vanished, the only remnants of its presence being the unnaturally large footprints it had left behind. The enormity of these imprints stood as powerful proof of his encounter with the enigmatic creature, leading many to believe in his encounter with the cryptid. Very, very interesting. So what does everyone think? What's your take on this captivating camera capture? If those footprints don't belong to Bigfoot, what other possibilities are there, outside of it all being a complete hoax? As we continue to experience rapid advancements in technology, its intersection with nature takes us to surprising new frontiers. One such development is the training of eagles to intercept drones, a practice which has been adopted by several law enforcement agencies around the world. Eagles, known for their sharp vision and lethal hunting skills, are highly capable of engaging with fast-moving aerial targets. Their keen eyes can spot a drone from a considerable distance, and their strong talons are perfectly adapted to snatch smaller prey from the air, making them uniquely suited for this task. A notable example of this unusual blend of nature and technology can be seen in the Netherlands, where the Dutch National Police started training eagles to intercept drones back in 2016. This initiative was in response to the potential security threats posed by unauthorized drone flights, particularly in restricted or populated areas. The trained eagles are taught to identify drones as prey and are capable of capturing them mid-flight before safely depositing them in a designated area. However, this practice is not without its challenges and critics. Some conservationists have raised concerns about the potential physical harm to the eagles due to drones' rotating blades. Despite efforts to protect the eagles with custom-made armor, the risk can't be entirely eliminated. Consequently, researchers are continually exploring methods to ensure the eagle's safety while harnessing their natural abilities. In conclusion, the training of eagles to intercept drones serves as an intriguing example of leveraging the inherent skills of these majestic birds of prey to address modern security challenges. It underscores the fascinating potential of bio-inspired solutions, even as we continue to explore more sustainable, effective, and safe ways to integrate this practice into our security system. An intriguing video posted on Instagram by a user features footage from their Ring Home security system. The video captures an unusual incident occurring in the dead of night. An enigmatic broad apparition can be seen manipulating a hammock situated on the left before it effortlessly floats across the yard. Toward the end, it seems to drift from the right to the left at the rear of the yard. This video quickly gained viral status, inciting speculation from thousands of viewers about the strange occurrence. Some suggested a playful comparison to Casper the Friendly Ghost, while others conjectured it could be smoke or vape. Undoubtedly, it's a mystery that is drumming up some intrigue. Let me know what you guys think we're looking at here. Continuing our journey into the realm of the unexplained, we encounter a creature whose existence flirts with the boundaries of scientific acceptance and rational thought. Allow your curiosity to delve into this intriguing video. Did you catch that fleeting figure? This video was recorded by an individual who is convinced that the creature displayed on your screens could be none other than the elusive chupacabra. With its bald skin and eyes that emit an eerie glow in the darkness, it's not hard to see why he drew such a conclusion. The footage portrays the creature engrossed in foraging through garbage, undoubtedly in search of food. However, once it senses the staring eyes of nearby humans, its demeanor shifts to a more guarded stance. The creature's alien-like appearance doesn't correspond to any recognized animal species, causing an unsettling ripple of fear and uncertainty among the local population. The doubts cast over the competency of local authorities only add to the anxiety. Given the macabre tales associated with chupacabras, one can hardly blame the locals for their apprehension. Yet, we are compelled to face a less fantastical possibility. Upon consultation with wildlife experts, it appears this creature might be simply a severely ill raccoon that has lost its fur. However, the plot thickens. The individual who filmed this uncanny scene remains skeptical of this explanation. He believes it may be a deliberate attempt by the town to downplay a possible chupacabra sighting, to avoid disrupting the influx of tourists. Despite the raccoon-like resemblance, he insists the creature is too large to fit the description. Could this be what a bald raccoon looks like? Or is there more to this story? I'd love to hear your thoughts. In a daring rescue mission that seems more like a cinematic tale than reality, a spirited Jack Russell named Louis had an adventurous brush with fate when he took a shocking 60-meter plunge down one of the highest waterfalls in the UK. The waterfall, known as Greymare's Tail, situated in Dumfries in Galloway, witnessed the heart-stopping event one Sunday afternoon. Louis, in a remarkable display of resilience, endured the fall miraculously well, coming out of it somewhat unscathed with only a minor limp to show for his dramatic tumble. The ordeal, while terrifying, also highlighted the extraordinary efforts of the volunteer-based Moffat Mountain Rescue Team. Once alerted to the plight of the adventurous canine by the owner, around 15 dedicated rescue members rushed to the scene. Demonstrating their exceptional skills, they promptly assembled a rope system to descend a lone rescuer armed with a specialized animal rescue bag to Louis' location. Found in one of the lower pools, Louis was then carefully ensconced into the rescue bag and deftly transported back up the precipitous terrain. The rescuers used their special rescue equipment designed explicitly for accessing the challenging lower pools of Greymare's Tail, getting Louis safely back on solid ground. In an image that could melt the coldest of hearts, the Moffat members were captured in a photograph reuniting the intrepid Jack Russell with his visibly relieved owner. A spokesperson for the rescue group reported, "Louis was pulled out of the bottom of the waterfall alive and was very pleased to be reunited with his owner. The owner, though not local to the area, was provided with contact details of a local veterinarian by the team for further checkups, ensuring Louis would be thoroughly examined after his ordeal. The spokesperson further praised the owner's prompt action in alerting the authorities, leading to a secure and successful search and rescue operation. In a final note of goodwill, everyone involved wished Louis a swift recovery. So awesome. This harrowing event underscores the invaluable role of rescue services and serves as a heartwarming story of resilience and timely aid, showcasing the best of human empathy for our furry friends. I'm a sucker for a bully getting what's coming to him. So watch as this corgi goes after this little poodleish dog and starts slinging him around by his handkerchief. His buddy Mr. Cat, who's sitting nearby, isn't having that though. The cat goes off on this dog. The corgi doesn't have any idea what has hit him. The dog eventually gets the heck out of Dodge, and I bet he isn't going to try that again. This is just incredible footage.
Oh my god, get back! Clarence! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god.
Let's watch it again. It looks like the woman is talking to a neighbor, or maybe the mailman, when she notices her dog must be attempting to jump out her window. What is this little guy thinking? We'll never know. But more importantly, how about the reflexes of the owner? She saw it all unfold and sprung into action, catching her dog and avoiding some very serious vet bills at the very least. Oftentimes, people will freeze in moments like these. Not this lady. What a legend. Another instance in which a woman saves her dog can be seen here. We see as one of her many dogs falls in her pool. She rushes out and without hesitation jumps in the freezing water. So, a few things here. That water is freezing cold. Ice has formed on the surface, so luckily she was home and this didn't happen at another time. To me, that dog looked like he just sunk. I'm guessing he couldn't poke back through the ice. Lastly, and I'm not going to go too hard on her, but where is her pool cover? Everyone in the comments of the original video is crucifying her over it not being covered. I'll tell you what, I bet she bought one after this incident. Nevertheless, I'm glad everyone is safe. You know how to spot a tourist at the beach? He or she is the one feeding the seagulls. Seagulls are one of the biggest scavengers on the planet. As highly opportunistic and versatile birds, they have been known to consume a wide range of unusual items. They love fast food and have been spotted taking it right out of people's hands. To wash it down, there have even been reports that gulls have consumed leftover alcoholic drinks. And it actually leads to tipsy behavior. None of the birds in this clip are getting drunk. But here are a few instances of them stealing cell phones out of people's hands. Staying with the bird theme. A camera inside a birdhouse has spotted this little guy hiding out. And for good reason. You can see as a domestic cat is trying to stick its paw in there and make a meal out of him. We all know how cunning cats are. Where there's a will, there's a way. It seems as if the bird is going to escape this one. This next peculiar footage comes to us from a woman named Colleen, courtesy of the website Sasquatch Chronicles. Colleen stumbled upon this video on the internet, which intriguingly was filmed by two teenage girls from her own hometown during a work break. On the way to get lunch, the two girls passed by a local cemetery. It wasn't long before they spotted something extraordinary. After several minutes of observing in stunned silence, one of the girls had the presence of mind to start recording the baffling spectacle. The video reveals a dark figure engrossed in fervently digging into the graveyard soil, using nothing but its bare hands, akin to a wild animal. The intensity of the digging was startling. Upon viewing the girl's video, Colleen felt compelled to visit the cemetery herself. When she arrived, she discovered a fresh hole in the ground, evidence of the recent excavation. However, the mysterious figure responsible for the hasty digging had vanished, perhaps much to Colleen's relief. So, what was captured on this unsettling video? A cryptid caught in action in the graveyard, or simply a deeply troubled individual performing a morbid task? I'll leave the interpretation to you. Picture yourself adventuring through a forest, only to come to an abrupt halt at the sight of an unexpected scene. A majestic buck stands before you, showcasing an authoritative display that is as startling as it is captivating. This imposing creature pounds its hooves into the earth, broadcasting a warning. Accompanied by a powerful snort, each outburst seems to echo a bold declaration into the surrounding wilderness. Witnessing this display on screen is already enough to send shivers down your spine. The thought of standing mere feet away from it in reality is almost unimaginable. Yet, in the grand scheme of nature's intricacies, we can't fault the buck for its behavior. This show of might and determination is simply the creature's instinctual fight or flight reaction, triggered when it perceives a threat. After all, every creature, even a seemingly formidable buck, has its own way of dealing with potential danger. Let us now dive into a mystery. We bring you an intriguing spectacle, set within the serene backdrop of a river, concealed amidst a mountainous terrain. Captured on camera is a mysterious furry creature. Seen from the back, it stands half submerged in the water, its torso boldly protruding above the surface. Considering the river's depth, reportedly 5 to 6 feet, the creature's impressive height can't be understated. The intriguing possibility proposed by the person who shared this footage with us is that this may very well be Bigfoot. Given the visuals before us, it's a tough suggestion to just dismiss. What adds weight to this theory is the recounting of local lore. This area has had its share of Bigfoot sightings. The figure you see on your screens could be another addition to this cryptid chronicle. But here's a twist. As much as we're intrigued by the idea of a real-life Bigfoot encounter, we can't ignore the unusual physique of this creature. It's notably leaner and more slender than the typical descriptions associated with Bigfoot. So, are we genuinely staring at Bigfoot, perhaps a female? Or could this just be an intricate hoax, a well-crafted plot designed to create a buzz? We're eager to hear your take on this compelling mystery. Drop a comment and let your theory be the one that unravels this enigma. The following footage is truly remarkable. A gentleman found himself capturing what at first seemed to be a monkey while filming in a wooded area. However, the situation quickly escalated into something far more chilling. The creature, which initially appeared to be a common primate, abruptly noticed the man and pursued him with alarming determination. The distress and motion of the chase made the footage a little shaky. making it challenging to capture the creature clearly. One thing is certain though, this was no ordinary monkey. The entity moved with an uncanny agility on all fours, its legs exhibiting an almost human-like structure, yet not fully upright. The man's terrified reactions underscore the terror elicited by this creature. This gentleman has been making efforts to have the footage authenticated by experts, but he claims they are too frightened to visit his property. Whether this assertion is true, we cannot confirm. Speculation abounds. Could this be the infamous Dogman, said to stealthily inhabit these woods poised to ambush unsuspecting prey? Might this be another sighting of the legendary Bigfoot? Or is it merely an amplified tale of an ordinary ape encounter? I'd love to know what you think about this intriguing encounter. Let me know. You know, I think I might have been more surprised about our next clip than I was when I saw my first cryptid encounter. This is crazy. A Bengali man is seen walking through a field with some fishing poles, likely heading to a fishing spot. All of a sudden he stops, in the middle of the field. And yep, he's about to wet a line. He crushes up a snail for bait, breaking up the hard shell to get to the meat and baits the hook. He has put together some makeshift rod holders that he hammers into the mud. It looks like he has taken the top half of a normal lightweight rod, strung it up with line and a hook, and drops it into a sinkhole of some sort in a field. I mean, what is going on here? Is this field on top of a body of water? Myself and everyone in the comments are very confused. After a few minutes, he hooks a catfish. You can see the rod bending over. Here is where my first bit of skepticism creeps in. That doesn't look like how a rod reacts when a fish hits it. Catfish do fight a little differently, but this seems like just pulling, and he's mighty calm when that rod dips down like that. Nevertheless, moments later, he pulls a decent-sized catfish out of the hole in this field, and just like that, he's hooked another. Now, I do have a few questions first. How does he know where to drop his line? Why does no one ever fall in one of these holes, never to be heard from again? I need some more info on this. Has anyone seen this before? Is this real, or is there someone off camera pulling the line and attaching a fish? Please let me know what you all think of this. Let's dive into an eerie visual journey that has been captured on camera. It's a video showcasing a woman entranced in a sleepwalking episode, her unconscious state resulting in an array of bizarre actions. The scene opens with her navigating her house in the deep throes of sleep. The seemingly ordinary situation takes an unsettling turn when she ventures into the kitchen. There, she begins to toss items from the refrigerator, as if searching for something unseen to our eyes. However, it's the incident with a glass that sends shivers down our spines. She places a glass on the counter, which inexplicably shatters into countless fragments, as though a phantom force exerted its influence. If this was staged with special effects, the execution is beyond impressive. The sleepwalker then embarks on her journey up the staircase, her movements eerily akin to someone possessed by a malevolent spirit. Her actions grow even more peculiar as she consumes toilet paper, and seemingly in response, the carpet behind her stirs of its own accord. The climax of her nocturnal odyssey finds her in another woman's room. Standing eerily still by the sleeping woman for an extended period, she then rouses the woman with a gentle touch, and the sleepwalker is awakened, and the recording ends abruptly. The entire event was captured on a home security camera, adding a raw, uncensored authenticity to it. Yet, one can't help but feel that the happenings seem a tad exaggerated for a simple case of sleepwalking. What's your take on this? We'd love to hear your thoughts. Dylan Anderson was spending time in a friend's backyard, which conveniently borders an animal preserve in Iowa State, encompassing a thickly wooded forest. Out of the shadows, peculiar noises start to resonate, prompting Dylan to start recording the unusual sounds.
So I'm up at the ridge line right now, about where the fence is at, and so behind this fence over here, there's a wood line. It's about 9:48 in the night. So we just heard it scream a little bit ago. I don't know if you can see past this, but so behind this, where I'm pointing right now, there's a forest back there, and that's a pretty big forest. It's a state park. So there's nothing that's back there, and it's protected. So I don't know, but we're back here, and there's this fence right here that protects my friend's yard, where we're at right now. And from that, I don't know what you'd call this, but there's a pasture out here with a bunch of trees. You can't really see them. I don't know if you can see that tree or not. You see that tree right there, that fern, right there? That's a fern, and then there's a bunch of other ferns all around. And then it gets more dense as you go back. But what happens is this creature comes up against this fence, and it jumps this fence. And it was standing, we think, right in this where I'm standing right now. And my friend's inside right now, but I'm getting this footage. And did you just hear that? That was it. Oh. This, I'm out. This.
The question now is, did Dylan manage to capture the haunting cry of a legendary skinwalker or some other cryptid on his recording? Or could it have been some strange animal concealed in the woodland? Could the video be a fabrication? Or does it bear authentic evidence of an unusual creature? One point worth noting is an odd light visible among the trees in the footage. This peculiar illumination appears to descend to the ground synchronously with the eerie howl.
And did you just hear that?
Some viewers on YouTube have proposed that this might resemble a bizarre glowing eye. But what's your take on this? We welcome your theories and interpretations. Project Amber is a popular YouTube channel that features the fascinating travel adventures of a British man named CJ and his canine companion, Lance. Primarily, CJ explores unusual and isolated locations across Europe, setting up camp in his van for several nights at a stretch. Now, an important aspect of this channel to note is that it is not a paranormal channel at all. This channel is a travel channel only. However, there's one particular video that stands out from the rest. While camping in an exceedingly remote part of the French countryside, CJ is engaged in a routine repair of his camper's fridge. Suddenly, his dog Lance, who's off camera at the moment, starts behaving oddly.
Right. Now I'm sure with house fridges you're supposed to... No. Right, so I'm pretty sure with a house fridge, if you move it, you're supposed to leave it like 12 or 24 hours. So I'm going to give it the full 24 hours, I think, to... What are you looking at? You keep freaking me out, dog. There's no one over there. Can you see something I'm not?
CJ takes a moment to explain why Lance's actions are beginning to unnerve him. And at this moment, I can tell CJ is really freaked out.
A well, just where I'm parked, you go down this little track, and there's a well with a big metal bar on it. And originally I was going to go and park there, and I saw the well. Instantly started thinking about the ring, which when I was about, I think it was about 10 when it came out, scared the shit out of me. For like a month I didn't sleep properly, and now the dog keeps looking over in that direction at where it is. So I'm like, nah mate, I might move. But I can't.
As dusk descends, the situation becomes progressively weirder.
Okay, I'm seriously freaked out now. A minute ago I could hear like really loud moaning, like just booming across the mountains. So I've come down to where I could hear it. I got to this old well and it stopped. I mean, that thing's wild freaky. It's like something out of The Ring. But just as soon as I got here, just from over there, there's no track or anything, it's just wood. This girl appeared, dressed like kind of like a monk, no shoes, no hair. So I said bonjour and that, and she responded. Asked if she was okay, but she didn't respond then. She just carried on walking. So I carried on a bit and thought I better double check. Went to go and find her again. She's gone. So up that way, that's where my van is, and that goes to the road. But down where she went that way, there's nothing, and there's nothing for miles. Where did she go? I'm gonna leave.
CJ explains that Lance, who usually joyfully greets newcomers, refuses to approach the peculiar bald girl. This is quite unusual for the friendly spaniel, making the girl's presence even more unsettling. Later on, CJ catches sight of the girl once more. This time, he manages to capture her on video as she aimlessly meanders through the remote woodland. CJ also mentions that he spotted the girl again later, but was unable to record the encounter.
I saw the girl another 2 times. The last time I was near the van and she was running through the forest.
Finally, CJ decides he's had enough of the unsettling experience. He quickly packs up and departs from the strange area. So the question arises, did CJ have a paranormal encounter with a ghost while in the isolated French countryside? We invite your interpretations and thoughts on this incident. Sebastian Acosta, a resident of Miami, Florida, began hearing unusual sounds around his new house. However, he didn't pay much heed, attributing them to some small wildlife. Shortly after moving in, he filmed a video to showcase his new residence to his parents. On reviewing the footage, he discovered something utterly unexpected. According to Central and South American folklore, the creature he captured on camera closely resembles what is known as duende. Translating to a goblin or troll in English, Sebastian Acosta's story gained so much traction that it was featured on Telemundo News. The question remains, did he capture an elusive creature on camera, or could it be an elaborate hoax? Alternatively, it could simply be a peculiar-looking animal scurrying along a tree branch. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this uncanny footage. In the chilling weeks of January 2017, during the stillness of the night, an attentive security officer captured something extraordinary on his surveillance camera. The gentleman, who had observed numerous puzzling occurrences during his late-night shifts, was taken aback by the spectacle he now faced. In the grainy footage, a mysterious luminous object smoothly drifted towards the camera. It radiated an eerie light that seemed to challenge the known laws of nature before disappearing out of the frame. Perplexed by the sighting, the man decided to share the footage online, reaching out to the paranormal community for insight. Several theories emerged, with some suggesting the presence of a spirit orb, thought to be a carrier for ethereal beings and apparitions. Others proposed that the glowing entity could be holding ancient energies, or even levitating creatures from dimensions beyond our understanding. As for my personal interpretation, I can't help but entertain the idea that it might be an interstellar traveler or extraterrestrial spacecraft, silently navigating our world. It could be on a journey to a destination that remains a mystery to us. Please tell me your thoughts and theories on this fascinating phenomenon. Let's delve into a curious piece of footage that's made waves across social media, more specifically on TikTok. This video swiftly captured the attention of netizens worldwide, gaining viral status within mere hours of its posting. The spectacle that has everyone talking involves a bird that appears to be suspended motionless in midair. Remarkably, this bird doesn't seem to be exerting any force, nor are its wings visibly flapping to maintain its suspended state. Upon closer inspection, however, a slight fluttering can be discerned in the bird's wings. It's subtle, yet not quite enough to facilitate the act of flying. What cements the authenticity of this phenomenon is the camera person's decision to pan towards onlookers. They too are marveling at the spectacle. A collective witness to this seemingly defy nature event, providing credible evidence that this video is far from a deceitful hoax. But what could explain this avian anomaly? What forces might be at play that allow the bird to hang in the balance, defying our conventional understanding of flight? As we attempt to unravel this enigma, we eagerly await your perspectives and theories. Join us in deciphering this feathered mystery. Let's move on to our next piece of trail cam footage. It shows a surprising drama, a real-life survival story out in the wild, with a group of raccoons taking center stage. The action takes place around a watering hole, where the raccoons are quietly drinking. Suddenly, the calm moment is broken when one sharp-eyed raccoon spots a snake sneaking up on them from behind a tree, its intent clear in its cold gaze. That's where things get really interesting, as the hunted quickly become the hunters. It may surprise you to learn that raccoons, despite being known for their intelligence, are also quite capable of handling snakes. Showing great teamwork, the raccoons group up around the snake, blocking its path to escape. Then one bold raccoon steps forward and grabs the snake with its strong claws. Then comes the finale. Using their teeth, which are sharp and strong enough to tear through metal like it's soft chicken, they rip into the snake, quickly overcoming their unanticipated foe. After this intense confrontation, the raccoons settle down to enjoy a good chew on their well-deserved meal. In the frigid grip of winter, an eagle was observed soaring high above a starkly frozen lake. For an extended period, it meticulously scanned the icy landscape beneath it. Eyeing a congregation of ducks that had found refuge on the lake's frosty surface. Within this unsuspecting flock, the eagle sought out its prey, its keen eyes assessing each potential target. Once its selection process was complete, and the designated target determined, the formidable raptor initiated its calculated assault. In a spectacular display of predatory prowess, the eagle, at breakneck speed, descended upon the hapless duck. The eagle's talons, sharp and lethal, plunged into its victim, their grip unyielding, anchoring the duck beneath the water's frigid surface. Methodically and without haste, the eagle began the laborious task of towing its prize to the shore. With each determined flap of its mighty wings, it propelled itself across the water, a spectacle of strength and endurance in the harsh winter environment. What transpired next was a spectacle as unexpected as it was extraordinary. It evolved into a thrilling clash of titans, an epic face-off between two formidable adversaries, each determined to claim their stake in this merciless game of survival. This chilling drama of nature's food chain played out against the stark backdrop of the frozen landscape. This is a follow-up to a video posted a few weeks ago. Take a listen.
1, 2, 3, 4. I don't see the thumb. There is a print right here that shouldn't be there.
Yep.
And I'm going to tell you what this thing did.
You can pick it up barely right now.
That's a left-hand print.
That's the kitchen. So the interesting part about these windows, these were the only 2 windows in the entire home that you could see through the curtains. We changed those. She changed those curtains yesterday.
This thing was peeking in to see what y'all were doing.
That's the only window he could see.
It was peeking in to see what you were doing.
In this account, the man in the blue shirt who lives in the house we just viewed shared an unusual tale. His regular home life was reportedly disrupted by a huge furry creature that seemed to be peering into their residence. A professional cryptid hunter visited the house to conduct what can best be described as neighborhood detective work. His verdict? A Bigfoot had indeed paid them a visit. He pointed out handprints on the window, which aren't visible to us. But consider for a moment how it would feel to be in your home, only to spot a massive ape-like creature peering into your space. It's hard to grasp the magnitude of such an experience. The speculation within the comment section of the video was mixed. Some viewers suggested the Bigfoot was simply curious, while others suspected it was attracted by the smell of food from the kitchen. A few viewers, though, took a more sinister view, suggesting the creature was there to strategize an attack. However, this behavior seems atypical for Bigfoot, at least based on popular lore. So, what's your take on this account? Do you think these men were telling the truth, or were they merely attempting to grab the limelight? We're eager to hear your insights on this. Up next is an intriguing trail cam image featuring a deer, but there's something that sets this one apart. Examine the deer closely in the picture. Do you notice the claw marks? They hint at an encounter with a significantly large and threatening creature, but the culprit remains a mystery. Interestingly, a commenter shed some light on the situation. They explain that this is not as uncommon as you might think during mating season. It's possible that a buck's antlers might scrape a doe in the heat of the moment, leading to such markings. Even the individual who shared this image online can only guess. They suspect that a cougar or a bear might be responsible. However, it's rare for such predators to let go of their prey once they've managed to capture it, unless the deer managed a miraculous escape. So, what's your take on this peculiar situation? Does the commenter's theory hold water, or do you have a different perspective? In February 2020, a routine flight is underway as an Airbus 320 majestically glides above the country of Colombia. The captain, blissfully unaware, is on the verge of making a startling discovery. Unbeknownst to him, the seemingly serene sky isn't as solitary as he assumes.
The pilot does us the favor of showing his altimeter, and we can see that he's flying around 30,000 feet in altitude.
The pilot then positions his smartphone camera towards the cockpit window, capturing a perplexing sight as he zooms in. A peculiar object, metallic in appearance, resembling a polyhedron, whizzes past in a direct trajectory. When we slow down the footage and enhance the zoom, the object becomes even more evident. Upon closer examination, it somewhat resembles a cube.
It has these kind of little points that stick out. It does seem to be darker in color and not like a bright, shining balloon. Whatever this is, it definitely shouldn't be there.
One theory is that if we were visited by another civilization, they might send probes ahead of when they actually come.
This drone recording originates from the depths of Salt Fork Park in Ohio. The video starts off as expected, but around the 5th minute, you might spot something concealed within the dense undergrowth. Keep your eyes focused on the left portion of your screen as the drone begins to descend, keeping your eyes peeled as the event unfolds swiftly. Many viewers say they can see a large creature pause and look upwards as the drone flies past. Some even speculate this to be a daytime sighting of Bigfoot. I can definitely see what they are referring to, but I personally can't make out any movement, and I think it could be something as simple as a tree. Please share your views and theories. Tell me if you spot it down in the comments. Next up, we're looking at video evidence that surfaced following an unusual disturbance in a local community. The neighbors in this area were left frightened and troubled due to the ongoing screams of an unidentified man. Anyone who's heard a human scream knows how disturbing it can be, so it's hardly surprising that hours of these mysterious cries led them to call for the sheriff. The video we're examining now is reportedly from the sheriff's body cam. Oddly enough, as soon as the sheriff arrived at the location, an eerie silence fell over the place. Being a law enforcement officer, he naturally started to scan the surroundings for anything unusual. As he navigated down the road, flashlight in hand, nothing seemed amiss at first. That was until he spotted a chillingly pale figure with arms of unnatural length. Whatever this entity was, it was originally seated, but the moment the beam from the sheriff's flashlight hit it, it took off and disappeared from view. Thankfully, the entire incident was caught on the sheriff's body cam. After watching the video, it was clear that the creature was humanoid, but unlikely human based on its skin and behavior. Some paranormal enthusiasts have suggested it could be a cryptid known as the Wraith. Considering the evidence in the video, it's hard to fault them for this belief. But is the video genuinely authentic? I'm not entirely convinced. What's your take on it? Let us dive into the realm of the unexplained with this intriguing trail cam image. Can you spot the creature in the shot? It seems to bear some resemblance to an ape, don't you think? However, upon closer inspection, you'll notice that its body proportions don't quite align with any known ape species. Moreover, its face appears to hold an anomaly. Despite the image's low resolution, the person who shared it online is convinced that the creature is cradling a baby close to its face. Interestingly, I agree with this observation. You can make out the baby with its back towards us, though several commenters have expressed difficulty in spotting the baby. Definitely let me know whether you can see it. Yet, the real intriguing element here isn't the potential offspring. This image was captured in Florida, and the person who shared it believes it could be the elusive skunk ape. For those not in the know, the skunk ape is thought of as the swamp-dwelling cousin of Bigfoot. So what's your take? Could we be looking at a genuine skunk ape, or is this merely an overblown interpretation? We'd love to hear your thoughts. Check out this rarely seen footage from 1994. The video showcases a man in the woods, seemingly accompanied by a Bigfoot. The location? Near Duck Spring, situated within the Blue Mountain Range in Oregon. From the man's labored breathing, you can sense his anxiety and possibly fear. His trembling hands make it difficult to tell what's spooking him, but as the video progresses, the cause becomes evident. A large figure is seen just meters away from him, with a human-like stride yet an ape-like body. Its extraordinarily long arms and weighty steps suggest it might be capable of inflicting harm, explaining the man's audible fear. Surprisingly though, the creature doesn't seem interested in the man. He's convinced he's encountered a Bigfoot, and honestly, it's hard to argue with him. After all, how do we explain what we're watching in this video? Keep in mind that this is from 1994, a time when CGI and special effects weren't as common as they are now. Unless it's an incredibly convincing person in a costume, which seems improbable, what other explanation could there be? I'm interested in hearing your thoughts on this. The Defense Department released 3 unidentified flying object videos, recorded by Navy pilots in 2004 and 2015, sparking speculation about extraterrestrial life. While confirming the video's authenticity, the Pentagon hasn't provided a concrete explanation, leaving possibilities such as atmospheric effects or technical issues open. Despite the excitement generated among UFO enthusiasts, some experts advocate caution, noting that such sightings typically have terrestrial explanations. I'm going to let the video play from here.
The whole fleet of them, look on the ASA. My gosh. They're all going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots from the west. Holy dude. That's not our LNS though, is it? It's not our LNS, dude. Well, if there's like another thing, it's rotating. Oh, got it! Woohoo!
pretty crazy. When videos like these surface, I always take my cues from the people involved, most notably their voice and tone. I think you can tell how genuine or scared or surprised a person is from listening to their voice in the moment. In this video, you can hear how the pilots are feeling upon seeing the object. Another creepy part, did you hear when he said there's a whole fleet of them? Yikes. Let me know what you think about these clips, and in aliens in general. This eerie video captured by a trail camera deep within the Appalachian Mountains appears to show something resembling a werewolf. The creature's face bears a striking, unsettling similarity to both a dog and a human. Its dog-like features coupled with its humanoid appearance make for a terrifying and perplexing sight. The footage is enough to send chills down anyone's spine, earning it the nickname Monster of the Mountains from some viewers. Many are left wondering whether this could be evidence of a creature of legend or if there's a more ordinary explanation. Some have speculated it might be a diseased animal, distorted and made grotesque by its ailment. However, the certainty of its identity remains elusive, adding to the mystery. No matter what it may truly be, the prospect of a middle-of-the-night encounter with such a being in the wilderness would undoubtedly fill anyone with dread. This video serves as a stark reminder of the mysteries that still inhabit the remote corners of our world, sparking curiosity, apprehension, and intrigue in equal measures. A Predator combat drone is executing its standard surveillance, when abruptly, an enormous and swift object invades its territory. What seems to be an unidentified flying object zips past the drone, leaving a massive trail of bright white light in its wake. The drone spins around to scan the region, but whatever rocketed past has since vanished without a trace. Regrettably, no additional footage was obtained. The scarcity of information connected to this video leaves me uncertain whether it's fabricated or if the military is simply remaining tight-lipped. It's possible that the unidentified flying object is a product of CGI, but discounting that theory, what you're viewing could potentially be our inaugural interaction with highly technologically advanced extraterrestrials. If this were indeed an extraterrestrial encounter, it would certainly change our understanding of the universe and our place in it. We would have to consider the potential implications of contact with a civilization far more technologically advanced than our own. The nature of the object and its swift glowing passage remain a mystery, enticing us to delve deeper into the uncharted territories of our universe. This trail camera snagged a rare sight, a spirit moose sauntering nonchalantly in the forest. Spirit moose, also known as white or albino moose, are not albinos but rather a variant with white fur, a result of a rare genetic mutation called leucism. This condition, unlike albinism, does not affect the animal's eye color, which is why many spirit moose have normal colored eyes. They're extremely rare, spotted sporadically across North America and Scandinavia, particularly in Sweden. Due to their unique appearance, they've garnered spiritual significance among indigenous cultures, with some considering it a bad omen to harm one. This magnificent creature, seemingly without a worry, casually strolls through the woods, a testament to its rarity and beauty. Thanks to the trail camera, we've captured this exceptional moment, providing a rare glimpse into the life of these unique animals. The video begins with two guys documenting a mountain lion that has stalked them from behind during what was initially supposed to be a quick bow hunting trip. The mountain lion is tough to spot as it blends remarkably well with the landscape while maintaining an impressive level of stealth. They persist in filming the beast while simultaneously maintaining eye contact to prevent activating its ambush instincts for unguarded prey. The entire incident is filled with intense tension and suspense due to the unpredictable behavior of the wild creature and its superior physical abilities. Fortunately, the footage concludes with the mountain lion vanishing into the thick, towering undergrowth. Let me know in the comments if you all are staying this calm. This video kicks off with a team of hunters, accompanied by their dogs, set on a mission to track down a wild boar hidden deep within a thick forest in Scandinavia. Just moments after dispatching their dogs to sniff out the hog, a frenzied barking erupts from the hounds, indicating they've located the beast. One of the men has a brief window of opportunity to take a shot. However, the ensuing events are far from what they had expected. Miraculously, despite the unexpected turn of events, no one incurs any severe injuries, and the hunting expedition ends successfully. Our upcoming clip features a man filming a gigantic boar bursting from the woodland and making a beeline towards him in his vehicle. Despite the hefty build of a wild boar, these creatures can demonstrate remarkable swiftness, clocking in at around 25 miles per hour. Subsequent scenes reveal the man's hunting dog also emerging from the woods and courageously embarking on the pursuit of the boar.
Gunnar, come on! Gunnar!
Moments later, however, both the hound and the boar regrettably vanish back into the forested area, marking the end of the recording. This outdoor camera caught a small altercation between a cat and a raccoon. Cats, like many animals, have territorial instincts. This is particularly true for outdoor cats who've claimed an area, such as a yard, as their own. They will often engage in behaviors to mark their territory, like urine spraying or scratching, to deter other animals from encroaching on their space. When a raccoon or any other animal invades this marked territory, a cat may become defensive and protective, viewing the intruder as a threat to their space, resources, and safety. Raccoons, on the other hand, are generally nomadic creatures. While they do have home ranges that they frequent, their territories are not as rigidly defined or protected as those of a cat. Additionally, raccoons are opportunistic foragers, meaning they're likely to invade yards not for territorial gain, but in search of food or potential nesting sites. So, if a cat and a raccoon cross paths in a yard, there's potential for conflict. The cat may perceive the raccoon as a threat to its claimed territory and may attempt to defend this territory aggressively, while the raccoon, primarily focused on foraging, may retaliate if it feels threatened. Well, it was easy to tell who had the upper hand in this altercation. This intriguing clip, posted on June 24th, 2023, reveals a seldom seen event: a skirmish between two foxes for social supremacy. This rarely observed occurrence, due to the distinctive behaviors of these animals, was unexpectedly captured by a trail camera. The encounter began peacefully, but popped off when one fox leaped from a rock, triggering a power struggle. Though it only lasted a few minutes, the video ends without revealing the outcome, leaving the winner and loser a mystery, but nonetheless very cool to see. The YouTube video Fight Club, posted in May 2023, takes viewers into a forest where a flock of turkeys unexpectedly erupt into a brawl. Initially, the turkeys seem peaceful, wandering and foraging, but the calm quickly descends into chaos, offering a glimpse of the unpredictable nature of wildlife. In an unexpected turn of events, the scene of tranquility transforms into a feathery frenzy. The air, once filled with the peaceful sounds of the forest, now resonates with the ruffled squawks and fluttering of wings. Each turkey becomes an adversary, lunging and pecking at its fellows. The cause of the fight remains unknown, adding an extra layer of intrigue to this already compelling spectacle. Could it be a struggle for dominance, a sudden scare, or just a sporadic display of aggression? The mystery fuels speculation, making the video all the more captivating for its viewers. Also, the event marked a memorable moment for the video's owner, who regards it as one of the most exciting scenes their trail camera has ever captured. This unexpected wildlife drama not only provided an intimate view into the rarely seen behavior of turkeys, but also served as a stark reminder of the astonishing surprises that the natural world can offer. This is just a really cute video of a cat frustratingly trying to catch a fish in a backyard pond that is frozen over. The cat is definitely confused on why he can't grab this fish. This trail camera footage is pretty wild, isn't it? Notice how the creature seems to lock eyes with the camera, its gaze strangely human-like. It's as if it was aware of being observed and wanted to acknowledge its watcher. But let's speculate for a moment. Is this a gorilla we're seeing? Or could we be facing a cryptid, perhaps a Bigfoot? When you scrutinize the image more closely, you might see that it's moving bipedally unlike a gorilla, which would typically use its knuckles for movement. I don't know about you, but if that was my trail camera capturing these images, I'd either keep a close eye on my surroundings or avoid that area of the woods entirely.